Alongside this political thematic we find a philosopheme, likewise articulated in very different forms by very different authors. It contrasts two ways, of unequal value, of living the human condition. The first, which confronts what is tragic about it, may be declared authentic. The second, dominated by the intention of fleeing it to take refuge in the inertia of a serial life, may be dubbed inauthentic. On the one hand, then, we have the human being who, accepting her facticity and contingency, courageously faces up to the anxiety of being for herself, cast into a world that is already there, who confers a meaning on her existence by striving towards that which she has to be and, consequently, assumes her ontological freedom and faces up to her responsibility. On the other hand, we have the one who, fleeing anxiety by becoming submerged in everyday banality, takes refuge in chatter, as a debasement of speech, and allows herself to be entirely determined by others. In the late writings of members of the Frankfurt School still active after the war, like Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, and Herbert Marcuse, we find a critique of inauthenticity as a massification and standardization of persons. What it shares with the Sartrean synthesis of the 1960s is that it extends this thematic in a framework and idiom inspired by Marxism, which would help to encourage its reappropriation by the May 1968 movement. These writers certainly intended to distance themselves from the use of the term authenticity in Heidegger, to which Adorno devoted a violent tract, The Jargon of Authenticity, published in German in 1964.54. But as one reads this attack, one cannot help thinking that it is primarily informed by a concern to exclude any assimilation of two rather compatible, even similar, ways of denouncing the modern condition and the grip of technology. Take, for example, Dialectic of Enlightenment, whose first edition dates from 1947. In language with Marxist echoes, but in a manner that is perfectly compatible with the Heideggerian thematic of inauthenticity, Adorno and Horkheimer condemn the consensual leveling, the conformist domination of a society that has made its goal the destruction of any difference. They aim to pursue the radical critique of the massification and standardization affecting every dimension of existence to a conclusion. 55 The standardization extends to language, transforming words, and even proper nouns, into capricious, manipulable designations, whose effect is admittedly now calculable, intended to provoke conditioned reflexes, as in the case of advertising trademarks. 56 Totalitarianism and fascism are thus treated as extremes of advanced capitalism that disclose its truth. Thus, advertising is assimilated to propaganda, and totalitarian advertising proprietors in the service of omnipotent trusts are identified with the masters of propaganda in the service of totalitarian states. In each instance, the individual, dissolved into the mass, is no longer anything but an illusion. 57. In the years around May 1968, this form of denunciation of inauthenticity enjoyed unprecedented diffusion and public success. The critique of the consumer society brought out onto the streets, as it were, the denunciation of a world given over to the series, mass production, standardized opinion, or, as Marcuse puts it, to a drugstore culture where Plato and Hegel, Shelley and Baudelaire, Marx and Freud are on the same shelves as detective novels or romantic novels, and are thereby reduced to a function of sheer entertainment. 58 The utterly unexpected success in France of One-Dimensional Man, initially published in a small print run in the months preceding the May events, but then reprinted many times to meet demand, marked the high point, followed by a rapid decline, of this critique of inauthenticity. In effect, we find in Marcuse an opposition between a free consciousness, capable of knowing its own desires, and the man of advanced industrial civilization, cretinized and standardized by mass production and comfort, rendered incapable of acceding to the immediate experience of the world, wholly subject to needs manipulated by others. The commodification of difference as the response of capitalism. Capitalism's response to the intense demand for differentiation and demassification that marked the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s was to internalize it. This recuperation took the form of a commodification, that is to say, the transformation into products, allocated a price and hence exchangeable on a market, of goods and practices that in a different state of affairs remained outside the commodity sphere. 59 Commodification is the simplest process through which capitalism can acknowledge the validity of a critique and make it its own, by incorporating it into its own specific mechanisms, hearing the demand expressed by the critique. Entrepreneurs seek to create products and services which will satisfy it, and which they will be able to sell. We have already seen this process at work in the satisfaction of demands for liberation with the invention of products and services with a supposedly emancipatory quality. It has likewise operated on a wide scale to meet demands for authenticity. Consumers would henceforth be offered products that were authentic and differentiated in such a way that the impression of massification would be dispelled. Accordingly, alterations were made to mass production so as to be in a position to offer more varied goods destined for a shorter lifespan and more rapid change, in contrast to the standardized products of Fordism. Entrepreneurs regarded this new source of supply as an opportunity to combat market saturation, intensifying consumers' desire by furnishing quality products that were healthier and offered greater authenticity. 60 This new output was stimulated by a growing interest in physical beauty and health, and encouraged by the denunciation, for which nascent ecology supplied some arguments, of the artificial, industrial character, especially in the case of food produce, of mass consumer products, which were not only insipid but also bad for the health. It was also furthered by an increase in consumer know-how in the developed countries. It proceeded in tandem with the commodification of goods that had hitherto remained outside the commodity sphere. Capitalism was to penetrate domains which had hitherto remained comparatively external to mass commodity circulation. Developments in the direction of an increased commodification of certain qualities of human beings also started, with the wish to humanize services and, in particular, personal services, as well as work relations. The framework of personal services typically involves the proximity of direct contact, such that along with the actual service other dimensions enter into the transaction, particularly those whose presence is most directly bound up with the body. In eliciting, for example, sympathy or antipathy, attraction or repulsion, these influence customer satisfaction, and hence the profits that can be made. The personal dimensions involved in the transaction, without directly forming part of the definition of the service sold, may be present spontaneously, in unpremeditated fashion. Or, on the contrary, they may derive from specific selection or training. 61 To the point where the question of the actual nature of the relation is always left in suspense, and invariably unanswered. Within a work collective, possession of these interpersonal qualities is likewise recommended today, qualities that did not previously feature in the definition of what can be exchanged against a wage in the framework of a work contract. The importance accorded to the role of mediators, personal relations, friendship, or trust in profit creation in a connectionist world, and, correlatively, the fading of the distinction between private life and business life, thus tend to bring relations that were once defined precisely as disinterested into the commodity sphere. The supply of authentic goods and human relations in the form of commodities was the only possible way of responding to the demand for authenticity that was compatible with the imperatives of accumulation. But clearly, in this new sense the reference to authenticity no longer presupposed the ascetic rejection of goods, material comfort, or materialism that still permeated the critique of the consumer society in the years following May 1968. The failures of the commodification of the authentic and the return of anxiety. Yet this response by capitalism to aspirations to what is authentic was doomed to failure, as we are going to seek to demonstrate. By comparison with the mass production of uniform objects intended for mass consumption, the commodification of authentic goods and services in fact possesses a paradoxical character. On the one hand, to earn the label authentic these goods must be drawn from outside the commodity sphere, from what might be called sources of authenticity. The commodification of the authentic thus assumes reference to an original that is not a commodity good, but a pure use value defined in a unique relationship to a user. Consequently, it acknowledges, at least implicitly, that non-commodity goods are superior in value to commodity goods, or that use value in its particularity is superior to exchange value in its generic character. Commodification of the authentic consists in exploiting goods, values, and means under the sway of capital which, while acknowledged to represent riches, were nevertheless hitherto excluded from the sphere of capital and commodity circulation. In effect, at any one point only a limited portion of the entities, material or immaterial, real or virtual, that might be an object of desire, and hence a potential source of profit, is actually placed under the sway of capital. This is either because some of them have not been discovered as potential sources for satisfying a desire, and hence of profit, or because they are difficult to access and costly to transform, or again because they are deliberately excluded and protected by legally sanctioned moral prohibitions. In this sense, the commodification of the authentic made it possible to revive the process of transformation of non-capital into capital, which is one of the principal motors of capitalism, on new bases and, consequently, to meet the threat of a crisis of mass consumption that loomed in the 1970s. On the other hand, however, in order for the circulation of goods drawn from the authenticity reserve of non-commodity goods to yield a profit, they had to fall within the sphere of control and calculation, be the object of transactions and, in the case of people, of target contracts, sanctions, and so on. The transition from non-capital to capital in fact follows a series of operations that may be called operations of production, since they have the effect of creating a product out of diverse resources, even when they involve immaterial goods whose transformation is purely symbolic, or when they are applied to people. 63. The commodification of the authentic first of all presupposes exploring sources of authenticity that are potential sources of profit, such as human beings, scenery, cafes where people feel comfortable, tastes, rhythms, ways of being and doing, and so on, which have not yet been introduced into the sphere of commodity circulation. This logic initially developed in what was for a long time the economically rather marginal domain of cultural enterprises, publishing, record production, orchestras, art galleries, and so on, where economic performance is basically a matter of the entrepreneur's ability in a personal relationship to sense creative potential and anticipate a public's tastes and desires. It has expanded considerably over the last 30 years with the growing importance of cultural and technological investments, and also with the development of services, in particular, tourism, the hotel business and catering, fashion and ready-to-wear clothes, interior decoration and design. It is a matter for managers, whose skills approximate to those of the artist, the organizer, and the businessman. Seeking to exploit as yet unidentified sources, these people with a talent for sniffing things out cannot rely on existing standards, and must demonstrate what management literature calls intuition. The chances of hitting the bullseye increase depending on how spontaneous or natural the intuition is, that is to say, the more it is rooted, not in a reflexivity developed in the course of professional activity, but in their own desire, which presupposes that they have shared tastes, interests, and activities with the potential public whose demands they anticipate or, rather, elicit. A second series of operations consists in analyzing the good in question to control its circulation and make it a source of profit. In effect, with the exception of the borderline case of objects of antiquity or artworks that circulate in a market without losing their substantial uniqueness, 64 entities, objects or persons, must, if they are to be incorporated into the accumulation process, be handled in such a way as to transform them into multiples, as art language puts it with reference to lithographs or photographs. The product or service intended for commodification is subject to an operation selecting the distinctive features to be preserved, that is to say, to codification, which is equally necessary for assessing the financial cost of the commodification of the authentic product and for serving as a device for marketing operations designed to enhance its prestige. Codification is distinct from standardization, which was a prerequisite of mass production, in the sense that it permits greater flexibility. Whereas standardization consisted in conceiving a product from the outset, and reproducing it identically in as many copies as the market could absorb, codification, element by element, makes it possible to operate on a comminatory, and introduce variations in such a way as to obtain products that are relatively different, but of the same style. In this sense, codification allows for a commodification of difference that was not possible in the case of standardized production. That is why it is suitable for the commodification of the authentic, since it makes it possible to preserve something of the uniqueness that accounted for the value of the original. Take the example of the small cafe, which is fitted out any old how, intuitively, at random, but works. It works very well. It is always full. One is tempted to expand it. One could buy the adjoining house next door, but that would not go very far. To expand it, it must be reproduced elsewhere, in another district, another town. It needs to be transposed. But because it is not clear what accounts for its success, it is not clear what to take from it. The odd tables. The peasant dishes. The informal service. The friendly clientele that frequents it? The reasonable prices? To find out, it is necessary to analyze the cafe, see what gives it the truly authentic character that accounts for its value, select certain of its qualities, the most significant or the most transposable, and ignore others, deemed secondary. This process is a process of coding. The effect of capitalism's assimilation of the demand for authenticity, by means of a commodification whose highly contradictory character we have just noted, has been to introduce into people's relationship to goods and persons rapid cycles of infatuation and disappointment. 65 The desire for authenticity is principally focused on goods that are regarded as original, that is to say, on goods that may be regarded as having remained outside the commodity sphere and access to which, for that very reason, required a sacrifice irreducible to monetary expenditure. The commodification of goods drawn from outside the commodity sphere has made these goods much more readily accessible for a monetary sum, and for those who possess the means. However, simply by virtue of the fact that to ensure their commodification these goods must be reproduced and copied, while undergoing a process of coding and calculation of profitability, they are bound to disappoint at least some of the expectations people had of them once they are on the market. The attraction of a product appreciated for its authenticity does not in fact stem exclusively from its ability to perform the specific functions it is intended for fully and more cheaply. It depends to a large extent on the open character of its determinations, whose list is hypothetically unlimited, a property which, as N. Heinrich has noted in the case of the artwork, makes it comparable to the person. In the case of the authentic product, pleasure depends not only on the use that is made of it, but also on the disclosure of hidden meanings and qualities in the course of a unique relationship. Yet codification, on which reproduction depends, tends to limit the diversity of the meanings that can be extracted from the goods. Accordingly, once the significations intentionally introduced by means of the coding have been recognized, the goods tends to lose their interest and to disappoint, even if their use continues to perform a given function properly. We can see a typical illustration of this phenomenon in the transition from mass tourism to so-called adventure holidays, requiring a constant renewal of destinations as and when they become tourist attractions in their turn, losing the authenticity that made them so precious. 66 What are called natural or authentic commodity goods display a paradoxical character since, while circulating strictly as commodities, they must, in order to achieve prominence, present themselves in ways that refer to an earlier state of market relations, a state where the purchaser was face to face with an artisan, at once manufacturer and tradesman, in a marketplace. These objects are especially open to suspicion because it is difficult to brush aside the issue of whether they are distinguished from standard products exclusively by presentation and selling points, or equally by substantial properties deriving from different manufacturing methods. 67. Thus the possibility of commodifying differences ushers in a new era of suspicion. For if it was relatively straightforward to distinguish between an artisanal object and a mass product, between a massified worker and a free artist, how can we know if some particular thing, event, or feeling is the expression of the spontaneity of existence, or the result of a premeditated process aimed at transforming an authentic good into a commodity? Similarly, How can we tell if a particular author is an authentic rebel or an editorial product, whether a smile, a gesture of friendship, or a dinner invitation is the expression of a spontaneous, sincere friendship, or the product of training, a training course, for example, designed to make some service more attractive, or, worse still, a strategy designed to elicit trust or create appeal, so as to be surer of achieving a purely commercial objective. As in the case of justice or liberation, we can thus bring out a cycle of recuperation in connection with the authentic. With the latter, what we observed was, in a first stage, a critique of standard, conventional and impersonal goods and human relations. Capitalist mechanisms were amended to respond to these critiques by implementing a commodification of difference and supplying new goods, whose value precisely consisted in their original exclusion from the commodity sphere. We may say that capitalism has, in a way, recuperated the demand for authenticity in the sense that it has profited from it. On the other hand, this form of recuperation is different from that effected in the cases of justice and liberation. In those two instances, the moment of recuperation was characterized not by satisfaction of the critical demand, as is the case here, but by recouping what had just been conceded in a different way. In the case of authenticity, what we have is a restoration of control by capitalism, in the sense that it disappoints the expectations which it earlier offered to satisfy. Commodification thus creates new forms of anxiety about the authenticity of things or persons. One no longer knows if they are authentic or inauthentic, spontaneous or re-engineered for commercial ends. However, in contrast to what we observe in the case of the recuperation of justice or liberation, it cannot be said in this instance that the process of accumulation is liberated from the constraints which weighed on it. When what has earlier been conceded in terms of autonomy or control over tests is recuperated by other means, the accumulation process rediscovers a certain freedom and capacity to control the human resources it engages. By contrast, when it fails to supply genuinely authentic goods, something it is necessarily incapable of, since characterization as authentic refers to the uncalculated, the unintentional, the non-commodified, it comes up against limits to its development. Suspicion of objects, the example of eco-products. The case of eco-products offers a good example of the way that recuperation of the demand for authenticity by capitalism leads to rapid cycles of infatuation and disappointment. This example demonstrates how consumer desire for natural products, which are regarded as less polluting or less harmful to health, can be disappointed when the response of capitalism to this demand takes the form of marketing and advertising. Green consumerism, which was often accompanied, at least in its formative stage in the 1970s, by a critique of capitalism and the consumer society, may be regarded as one of the current refuges of the artistic critique. It is based upon a thematic that, in its most general and widespread formulations, accords a value to nature as the locus of the authentic. On the one hand, it is the site of what is original, which must be preserved as such, and is always more or less threatened with being denatured by copies assessed in terms of their fidelity to the model. On the other hand, it is a preserve of aesthetic differences and organic differences, whose proliferation is a treasure in itself. From this standpoint, industrial products can be challenged on account of their contribution to environmental degradation. The development of green consumerism at the end of the 1980s threatened a number of firms, by bringing about a sharp drop in the consumption of products condemned as polluting by environmentalist movements, or harmful to health. Initially, consumers' environmental concerns were expressed in the mode of what Hirschman calls defection. From 1988 to 1990, the percentage of green consumers thus went up in Great Britain from 19 to 50% 68. The first to become aware of the phenomenon were the distributors, who passed on the cost of the growth in green consumerism to producers, by encouraging suppliers offering products that were reputed to be less polluting. The producers themselves began to take a closer interest in the procedures used by their subcontractors. This helped to develop practices of traceability and contractual standardization. In order to respond to the threat represented by green consumerism, There were two further developments at the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s, especially in Anglophone countries. On the one hand, studies intended to reach a better understanding of consumer attitudes in this regard, and on the other, reflection aiming to integrate concerns about environmental protection into management. From 1989 onwards, the manufacture of new products that were ecologically less open to attack, eco-products, and the development of marketing which emphasized environmental protection were stimulated by studies showing that green consumers possessed above-average purchasing power and educational levels, and that they were prepared to pay 25% or more for less polluting products or, in the case of food, for organic products. 69 After the anxieties of the late 1980s, a number of firms optimistically discovered the potential for a new market at the top of the range. 70 Ecological marketing developed in several directions. The first consisted in sponsoring campaigns for the protection of the environment, and publicizing the fact with a tag. But it was also tempting to resort to ecological advertising, emphasizing the efforts underway either to make products less polluting and less harmful, or to improve their production in line with greater respect for the environment, or, finally, to facilitate their elimination at the end of their life cycle. The arguments were of the following kind: the brand of beef used by such and such a restaurant chain has not encouraged deforestation, the way in which tin tuna has been fished has not harmed dolphins. 71 These batteries do not use mercury, the lorries of one firm run on unleaded petrol, another firm uses recycled paper for its packaging. 72 Consumers, however, fairly rapidly became skeptical about these kinds of arguments. The response of ecological marketing specialists was to try to decommodify their campaigns by appealing to outside experts, public authorities, mixed committees, environmentalist associations. 73 Or labeling institutes, and by requesting ecological audits from agencies possessing eco-tools, in order to build up credibility with environmental watchdogs. 74 It appears, however, that the loss of credibility on the part of eco-marketing was not due only to the use of arguments that were largely unfounded, or to the fact that a product which was less polluting in one respect prioritized by the advertising could turn out to be more so in another respect that had been deliberately ignored. It also derived from the very fact of seeing the language of ecology turned into a commercial argument. Commodification was enough to cast doubt on the reality and value of eco-products. From the early 1990s, there followed a decline in the percentage of purchasers inclined to travel or pay more for green products. 75 Thus in France, for example, Monoprix, which was one of the first major distributors to launch green products, opting for eco-marketing rather than for environmental sponsorship, found itself charged with eco-freak marketing. 76 At the same time, more radical ecological movements were criticizing green consumerism, in the belief that by encouraging the commodification of new goods it had helped to revive capitalism just when markets were reaching saturation point, thus deferring the possibility of an escape from the consumer society. 77 A new demand for authenticity, the critique of fabrication. The way capitalism has incorporated the demand for authenticity by commodifying it has prompted a redefinition of authenticity. A definition of the inauthentic as mass production and standardization dissolving difference, to which the authenticity of the singular as a principle of resistance to the uniformity of standard models could be counterposed, was replaced by a definition of the inauthentic as reproduction of a difference for commercial ends, as copy, to which the authenticity of an original can be counterposed. The tension between the truth of the original and the artificiality of what has been fabricated in its image inflects what it means to characterize something as authentic in a direction that makes reference not so much to the object itself, as to the intentions of those it is procured from. Now what is authentic is that which has been made without a secondary strategic intention, that is to say, without any other intention than making it, of making it loved, making it admired. 78 Likewise with relations between people, the fact that the connectionist world stresses the advantage to be derived from connections, however established, tends to generalize suspicion about the intentions behind establishing a relationship. Consequently, The epithet inauthentic tends to become attached to all forms of action suspected of being informed by a second-level intention, that is to say, by a strategic or manipulative design. Rather than the problematic of massification, which dominated the first half of the 20th century, the form currently taken by the critique of inauthenticity revives a different tradition. Deeply entrenched in it is the denunciation of artifice as opposed to the spontaneous, the mechanical in contrast to the living, the sincere in contrast to the strategic, and hence genuine emotion, which arises unintentionally, as opposed to its simulated imitation, a challenge to the spectacle. As John Barish has shown in his monumental history of prejudices against the theatre 79, this tradition, which has followed its course since Greek antiquity and culminated in the 18th century, is once again pervasive today. The art of the simulacrum seems especially scandalous whenever, as was notably the case in the 18th century, critique of existing institutions transfers onto persons, insofar as they are susceptible to emotions and feelings, the whole burden of the ethical dimension. Detached from observance of an external norm, an imposed morality, the ethical dimension is disclosed as pure, spontaneous expressiveness. 80 The theatre is then attacked inasmuch as it relies upon actors' ability to produce the external signs of emotion. What is put in relief in the theatre is indeed difference, what the peculiarity of each character consists in, the sentiments that the human face alone is capable of expressing with its laughter or its tears, the uniqueness of gestures as the expression of a particular bodily hexis, and so on. But everything is simulated and premeditated, the realization of difference is subject to an external purpose, the pleasure of the spectator, everything is false. 81. Thus, the commodification of everything, as the capitalist appropriation of difference to make a profit from it, can also indeed be denounced, by Debord, for example, or, in another respect, Baudrillard, as the transformation of everything into a spectacle, as the destruction of any authentic life force that, however faint, is immediately encoded in order to take its place in the commodity circulation of signs, which is then substituted for the experience of a genuine life in contact with the world. 82 Suspicion of a generalized simulacrum, of a commodification of everything, including the seemingly most noble and disinterested sentiments, does indeed form part of our contemporary condition, as was illustrated, for example, at the beginning of the 1990s with the violent indictment of humanitarian action as a televisual spectacle. This suspicion about the authenticity of people and things can be displayed in particularly explicit fashion today, because it is detached from the critique of mass society into which it was in some sense incorporated from the end of the 19th century. For example, for Marcuse, whose principal target is the North American society of his time, an important element in the critique of mass society integrates the thematic of recuperation via the commodification of everything, but without giving it real autonomy. 83 The capitalist self-criticism of mass society and the commodification of difference have paved the way for a denunciation of reality in its entirety as illusion and performance, as spectacle qua ultimate commodity form. Nevertheless, as we are now going to seek to show, this new critique of inauthenticity cannot fully flourish, because it is neutralized by another ideological formation dating from the 1960s. Moreover, this is what makes for the specificity of the contemporary denunciation of inauthenticity as the fabricated, the spectacle or simulacrum, that it is constantly checked, from within, as it were, whenever it rediscovers autonomy. For the neutralization of the critique of inauthenticity and its disturbing effects. If we are to understand this neutralization, we must return to the years around May 1968. What we observe at this time is two contradictory dynamics. On the one hand, as we have seen, it was during these years that the critique of the inauthenticity of the world in the grip of capital enjoyed a kind of public success, leading to its recuperation by capitalism. On the other hand, however, it was during the same period, and likewise from positions associated with the May 1968 movement, that a radical deconstruction of the exigency of authenticity, as expressed in the first half of the century, was developed. The former figure of authenticity was denounced as an illusion in various respects, as bourgeois, reactionary, even fascist elitism, as the illusion of presence and, in particular, of the presence to itself of an authentic subject, as a naive belief in the existence of an original whose representations could be more or less faithful, and hence more or less authentic, in the sense in which the truth is opposed to illusion. Initially formulated in relatively narrow circles, this critique, of which we shall give some examples below, was to be widely diffused in the following 20 years, a phenomenon not unconnected with the rise of the figure of the network. In effect, the deconstruction of the old notion of authenticity, as loyalty to self, as the subject's resistance to pressure from others, as a demand for truth in the sense of conformity to an ideal, goes hand in glove with the concept of a network world. In a connectionist world, loyalty to the self looks like inflexibility, resistance to others seems like a refusal to make connections, truth defined by the identity between a representation and an original is regarded as a failure to understand the infinite variability of the beings who circulate in the network, and change every time they enter into relations with different beings, so that none of their manifestations can be taken as a point of origin with which other expressions can be compared. In a network world, the question of authenticity can no longer be formally posed, either in the sense given it in the first half of the century, or even in the formulation that we have seen emerge following capitalism's attempts to recuperate the critique of standardization, which still assumes the possibility of a judgment whose assessments are grounded in reference to an origin. Now, and this is one of the main arguments of this work, the redeployment of capitalism has been associated with the recuperation of the figure of the network, even if the emergence of this paradigm derives from an autonomous history of philosophy, and was not at any point directly and deliberately elaborated to confront the problems faced by capitalism from the 1960s onwards. Hence it can be said, without exaggeration or paradox, that if capitalism attempted to recuperate the demand for authenticity underlying the critique of the consumer society, in another respect, and relatively independently, it has, with the metaphor of the network, assimilated the critique of this demand for autonomy, whose formulation paved the way for the deployment of reticular or rhizomorphous paradigms. This contradictory double incorporation tends both to acknowledge the demand for authenticity as valid and to create a world where this question is no longer to be posed. And this, as we shall see, underlies the existential tensions, inextricably psychological and ethical, felt by people engaged in the process of accumulation. But if this situation, on account of the tensions it entails, can be disturbing for those who are plunged into it, it must be recognized that it allows capitalism to circumvent the failure to which it seems doomed in its attempts to respond to the demand for authenticity. From the perspective of unlimited accumulation, it is preferable for the question to be cancelled and for people to be persuaded that everything is, or cannot now be anything but, a simulacrum, that genuine authenticity is henceforth banished from the world, or that the aspiration to the authentic was simply an illusion. They will then more readily accept the satisfaction to be had from the goods on offer, regardless of whether they are presented as authentic, without dreaming of a world that is not one of artifice and commodities. Along with its incorporation into capitalism, the discrediting of the demand for authenticity has also had a certain effect on the way new demands for authenticity are expressed. Following the enterprise of deconstruction, they could no longer be as naive as they were in the past, as if there might somewhere still exist an authenticity that had been preserved. Accordingly, the new demand for authenticity must always be formulated in an ironic distance from itself. It follows that the existential tensions deriving from the contradiction inherent in capitalism when it prides itself on being more authentic, while at the same time recognizing itself in a paradigm where the demand for authenticity is meaningless, are exacerbated by the absence of any possible solution on the part of critique, which is bound up with denouncing both the inauthenticity and the naivete of this denunciation. Before examining these tensions, we must return in more detail to the way the former demand for authenticity was dismantled theoretically, before becoming discredited in its everyday expressions to the point where it appears anachronistic, even ridiculous. The discrediting of the quest for authenticity. In the second half of the 1960s and the 1970s, the thematic of authenticity was subjected to a systematic labor of deconstruction by authors whose names are often associated, rightly or wrongly, with La Pensée 68. No doubt this was prompted largely by a determination to have done with the different forms of existentialism that had dominated academic philosophy in the 1950s. This radical critique was articulated from positions which, while they started out from different philosophical orientations, shared the aim of discarding the responsible subject to whom the alternative between authenticity and inauthenticity presents itself as an existential choice. This was denounced as sheer illusion, or as the expression of the bourgeois ethos. For simple descriptive purposes we shall give three examples of this critique in the work of Pierre Bourdieu, Jacques Derrida, and Gilles Deleuze. From a position close to what we have called the social critique, Bourdieu reveals an aristocratic contempt for the popular classes underlying the critique of massification. He takes as successive targets the sociology of the mass media, accused of ignoring the different interpretations that members of different social classes give of the same media message and the different uses they make of it, 84 Sartrean subjectivism and neglect of the social conditions of access to authentic forms of existence, 85 The Heideggerian opposition between authenticity and inauthenticity, between authentic speech and everyday chatter, which Bourdieu assimilates to an ideology. That is to say, in this specific instance, to one expression among others of the disgust inspired by the industrial masses in the profits of the conservative revolution in 1920s and 1930s Germany, 86 and, finally, the specifically aesthetic viewpoint of pure aesthetics and natural taste, unmasked as the expression of a charismatic ideology seeking to dissimulate the hidden conditions of the miracle of the unequal class distribution of the capacity for inspired encounters with works of art, and to provide the privileged members of a culture with the advantages of distinction. 87 Thus, the relationship between the person with taste and the work of art that is presented as authentic in the sense of sublime, the inspired encounter between a gaze and a work, is nothing other than the deciphering of a code that has been inculcated but does not know itself to be such. 88. A second example, which is contemporaneous with the first, is Derrida. He does not directly criticize the opposition between the authentic existence of being for oneself and flight into the everyday banality of the they. But in assigning himself the task of grammatology, published in 1967, of deconstructing the opposition on which Western metaphysics in its entirety rests, the opposition between the voice and writing, he distances, and in a certain way relativizes, the simultaneously ontological and ethical primacy accorded to presence, and hence the aim of self-presence. Derrida questions the privilege accorded to the voice, to live speech as the expression without distance or intermediary of the truth of being, whose presence is thus unveiled in its authenticity, as opposed to writing as deferred presence and an operator of distance, as a supplement and contingent artifice that imperils the truth. He thereby dismantles a figure that has, since Rousseau, constituted one of the most fertile springs for sustaining a demand for authenticity. 89. Finally, a third example is the Deleuzian enterprise developed in Difference and Repetition, published in 1968, and hence virtually at the same time as of grammatology. Deleuze develops a critique of representation in the sense of the correspondence between thing and concept, bound up with a metaphysics in which it is no longer possible to preserve the opposition between an original and a copy. In such a world, identities are only simulated, produced as an optical effect by the more profound game of difference and repetition. For, adds Deleuze, modern life is such that, confronted with the most mechanical, the most stereotypical representations, inside and outside ourselves, we endlessly extract from them little differences, variations, and modifications. Conversely, secret, disguised and hidden repetitions, animated by the perpetual displacement of a difference, restore bare, mechanical and stereotypical representations, within and without us. The modern world is a world of simulacra. Yet simulacrum is not just a copy, but that which overturns all copies by also overturning the models. 90 In the world of the simulacrum, it is no longer possible to contrast a copy with a model, an existence orientated towards authenticity, as self-identity, with an existence subjected by external forces to a mechanical repetition, an ontological difference, which would be that of the responsible subject, to its loss in the undifferentiated. The plane of immanence knows only differentials of force whose displacements produce differences, continual variations between which there is no hierarchy, and complex forms of repetition. 91. The various challenges to the thematic of authenticity whose main lines we have just evoked paved the way, opened up by the Frankfurt School, or even the Barths of Mythologies. 92, from a Marxist critique of ideologies. The result was that social critique, and also literary criticism, was assigned as its main task deciphering and unveiling the codifying operations that secretly sustain the claim of each being to authentic presence. This assertion of the absolute primacy of the code, and the unveiling of the illusion of presence as such, can help to support a critique of the inauthenticity of the world. But they do not allow for the contraposition of an authentic expression to an illusory representation. Moreover, it was doubtless because it did not succeed in freeing itself from this deconstruction of the notion of authenticity, carried out as the 1960s passed into the 1970s, that the new critique of the inauthenticity of a world consigned to the sway of the commodity as generalized simulacrum easily collapsed into the aporia of denouncing the loss of any authentic reality with the utmost radicalism, while undermining the normative and even cognitive position from which such a denunciation might be formulated. If everything without exception is now nothing but code, spectacle or simulacrum, from what external position can critique denounce an illusion that is one with the totality of what exists? The former critique of standardization and massification at least found a normative fulcrum in the ideal of the unique, authentic individual assuming responsibility, deaf to the chatter of the they say. In the case of the critique of the world as spectacle, there is no remaining position from which an authentic relation to things, people, and the self might be demanded. The radical aim of the new critique thus constantly threatens its own position of enunciation, for it has to be asked from what position the critique can be adopted if everything is now only simulacrum and spectacle, if, henceforth, any reference to an external world, and thus to a classical definition of truth, is cancelled. 93. If the system we are immersed in, entirely encoded, is no longer itself anything but a giant simulacrum, that is to say, never exchanged for the real, but exchanged for itself, in an uninterrupted circuit without reference or circumference. 94, and, as a result, finds itself beyond, or behind, the true and the false. The initial outcome of the tension between capitalism's dual assimilation of a critique of authenticity and a demand for authenticity had a particularly insidious impact on confidence in people's ability to reach mutual agreement. Anxiety about relationships, between friendship and business. If it is true that anxiety about relations with others plays an important role, alongside more easily observable factors like economic insecurity, in the formation of the behavior traditionally taken to indicate anomie, we must focus particular attention on the unease generated in a connectionist world by the deletion of the distinction between disinterested relations, hitherto regarded as pertaining to the sphere of personal affective life, and professional relations that could be placed under the sign of interest. As conceived in the framework of the projective city, the establishment of connections cannot be effected according to standardized procedures operating from a distance. Only in direct encounters can the radical uncertainty of the relationship be diminished and mutual expectations discovered, negotiated, and coordinated. In this process, comparative factors are necessarily involved, whose description pertains to the language of friendly or affective relations, like affinity, the discovery of shared tastes, interests, or ground, such as can produce the kind of trust often characterized as spontaneous. The ways in which these bonds are established, the role played in them by affinity, are very similar to the way bonds of friendship are formed, particularly when the connection is remote, novel, and not finalized. Its function, as yet wholly potential, can be disclosed only in the dynamic of the relation itself, which, as it were, generates a utility whose content no one precisely knew before the connection was established. If the pursuit of profit remains the fundamental horizon in which these relations are formed, what ensues is a rather disturbing blurring of the distinction between friendly relations and business relations, between the disinterested sharing of common interests and the pursuit of professional or economic interests. How can we know if a particular invitation to dinner, introduction to a close friend, or participation in a discussion is disinterested or self-interested, contingent or part of a plan? 95 And how are people to distinguish the parts of the day or the year devoted to work from leisure time, private life from working life? Does not a notion like activity, at the center of the construction of the projective city, precisely aim to blur the boundaries between these different states, which were hitherto clearly separated? The strategic utilization of relations, which possesses certain features that in other contexts are attributable to friendship, is especially conducive to confusion when financial advantages may be derived from connections. Scarcely visible when the entrepreneur takes advantage of his relations to develop his own business, profits pertaining to connections are clearly apparent when the mediation is commodified, that is to say, when someone receives a wage, fees, or commission for serving as an intermediary between people who go into business. Such activities pose a problem inasmuch as they may be subject to the accusation of infringing the prohibition on the commodification of human beings. Receiving a financial bonus for helping to extend a network by creating a new connection between people and groups who previously had no direct link, getting paid for putting someone whom one knows in contact with a third party desirous of meeting her, these bear a disturbing resemblance to the offense of subcontracting labor. The intermediary intervenes as if he had a property right over the person of the one whom he puts in contact with a third party, who anticipates some advantage from this liaison. This confusion about the nature of the relationships one may have with others in a connectionist world derives from a basic contradiction between the requirement of adaptability and mobility on the one hand, and the requirement of authenticity that permeates the new world, and is duplicated in the projective city on the other. On the one hand, then, there is the requirement to be mobile, to adapt to a variety of situations in order to take advantage of the opportunities for connections that present themselves. From the standpoint of a rhizomorphous world, authenticity in the old existentialist sense, the solitary subject resisting spiritual massification, has become utterly obsolete. In an ontology based on the network, the quest for an authentic existence via separation from the crowd, voluntary solitude, and retreating into the self lose all value and even all meaning, since the relations precede the terms they are established between, and the substantial properties of persons themselves depend on the relations they are rooted in. Knowing nothing but mediations, the network ignores the opposition between beings characterized by the difference that defines what is most profound, intimate, and specific about them, and the non-differentiation of the mass or series from which they should extricate themselves from in order to access what they really are. In such a world, a certain sense of freedom can flourish, but the requirement of authenticity is absent. On the other hand, there is a requirement to be reliable, to be someone in whom one can trust. The challenge to institutions and institutional authority, the critique of conventions in the sense of proprieties, conventional relations, the prescriptions and rules governing conventional morality and, more generally, of the conventions on which domestic orders and hierarchical relations rely, has resulted in reactivating a reference to authenticity formulated in terms of sincerity, commitment, and trust, by making persons wholly responsible for relationships. Thus, to take only the most obvious examples, relations between couples are now deemed worthwhile experiences only if they are based upon an intense relationship comparable to the state of affairs that obtained at the beginning of the relationship, relations between friends on spontaneous affinities, and, in utterly paradoxical fashion, family relations, which are the most statutory relations that exist, on elective choices. 96 In the business world, the same deconventionalization has led to emphasizing the significance of what is personal about relations, the need to base them on trust, that is, on an internalized belief in the sincerity of the bond established for a certain length of time, while presenting the continual establishment of new connections as a prerequisite of profit creation. Thus, the old conception of authenticity as interiority, adopted in the face of the banality of the external world, manifests its persistence at the very heart of a new network world that has in a sense been constructed against it. 97. In such a world, where the whole weight of relationships rests upon the authenticity of persons, it is particularly disturbing to see these relations utilized in strategies aimed at generating network profits, as recommended by neo-management. Neo-management and denunciations of manipulation. The tension between a premium on authenticity in personal relations and the requirement of adaptability and mobility is at the heart of neo-management. Either the two imperatives feature among the precepts dispensed by the same author, without the contradiction being explicitly registered, or, more rarely, the attempt to redefine the optimal forms of work organization is directed towards a search for mechanisms that aim to reduce the opposition between these different types of prescription. Examples of the first type can be found in the writings of Bob Aubrey, who, in a kind of apology, relates the story of a client who became a friend during a discussion characterized as being at once frank and effective. As soon as our relationship was transformed into a mutual understanding, I had the impression that I was at the heart of what is most genuine and noble in business, the decision to make our way together, to trust one another and be concerned about each other. Since I have intuitively favored during my decisions the possibility of creating a supportive relationship with my client. 98. Yet the same author is one of the most enthusiastic promoters of the need for mobility, which he defines, notably, with the phrase self as enterprise. Similarly, Rosabeth Moss Cantor simultaneously advocates empathy and the adoption of a logic of flexible work assignments on the basis of sequential and synchronous projects of varying length and breadth, through which varying combinations of people will move, depending on the tasks, challenges, and opportunities. 99. Finally, a last example, in the space of a few pages, Hubert Landier stresses the necessity of adapting rapidly and developing informal relations in a freely chosen cooperation based on trust. 100. Isabel Argogozo, in contrast, is inspired by a concern to reduce this tension when she counterposes two different forms to the old hierarchical modes of communication that she condemns: a first, ideal form, in which the universalization of interests does not descend from on high, but emerges from free, frank discussion between particular interests in a process of gradual construction; the second, perverse form, which in its modern aspects consists in manipulating the firm's actors by means of mystifying communication. In this instance, individuals are required to be loyal, sincere, enthusiastic, but while making them endure such pressure that they feel fear, mistrust, and hatred, in contexts where the development of human resources simply means the art of squeezing more out of people. 101. Here the consultant undertakes to denounce manipulative uses of the new management practices and to suggest ways of coordinating people at work that take the form neither of orders or information, issued from above, nor of personal, even emotional incentives, aiming to obtain the desired outcome in indirect, covert fashion. Work situations in today's firms are in fact especially open to accusations of manipulation. If management always consists in getting something done by someone, manipulation and the suspicion of manipulation develop when it becomes difficult to resort to traditional forms of command, consisting in giving orders, which presuppose acknowledgement of subordination and the legitimacy of hierarchical power. However, the last 20 years have been marked by a decline in conventional orders and hierarchical relations, whether these pertain to an industrial world or a domestic world, denounced as authoritarian, and by the proliferation of demands involving autonomy. In such a context, there is a move to replace hierarchical command as often as possible by practices that aim to induce people to do what one wants them to do by themselves, as if under the influence of a voluntary, autonomous decision. Thus, as we saw in Chapter 1, codders must turn themselves into sources of inspiration, coaches, or even leaders, whose trademark characteristic is that they formulate exciting visions which make people aspire by themselves, since it is no longer legitimate to force them to do so. There has thus been a particular spur to the development of techniques for getting people to do what one wants them to do in seemingly voluntary fashion. Think, for example, of the development of communication techniques, of the current of organizational development, which in particular aims to lead people to realize the existence of problems, as already identified by management, so that a change in organizational methods is then easier to effect, or of participatory management, based on the wish of immediate superiors to take decisions while relying on the opinions of collaborators, which makes it possible for the latter then to support the decision. Yet these mechanisms, which are based upon consent and agreement, can achieve their objective only by merging with forms that possess the typical features of a grammar of authenticity, spontaneous, friendly relations, trust, requests for help or advice, attentiveness to sickness or suffering, friendship, even love. Those who are caught up in these mechanisms cannot categorically refuse to participate in these exchanges, this would lead directly to their exclusion or dismissal. But nor, even on the occasions when they engage in them with the fewest reservations, or even with pleasure, can they be unaware that these more authentic relations are reliant on techniques of mobilization. 102 And yet, without risking their self-esteem and their trust in the world, they cannot participate in an utterly cynical way, in pretend mode, or not for long, at least. For these new techniques, precisely in so far as they are dependent less on procedures or mechanisms involving objects than on people, and the use they make of resources requiring their physical presence, their emotions, their gesticulations, their voice, and so on, form one body with those who implement them. The intrinsic qualities of the latter, as particular beings, end up interfering with the strategic use they make of themselves and always risk exceeding it, almost without them being aware of it, as when people pass from an emotion that was initially obligatory, and which they thought affected, to a genuine emotion that grips and overwhelms them quite unexpectedly. In such situations, virtually nothing is required for people to let themselves be taken in by focusing on the fact that the person responsible for getting things done, for persuading people, for leading them to want things, is really giving of himself, or, on the contrary, to withdraw and lose their fondness for him when they come to see his endeavors as merely a cynical use of manipulative techniques. These tensions between engaging in relations interpreted in a grammar of authenticity and denouncing manipulative maneuvers are at their greatest when, as is the case today, people are burdened by a strong need to distinguish themselves in the professional universe. This is valid for the rapidly expanding intellectual and artistic professions, marked by the need to acquire a particular reputation, but also increasingly for all professions characterized by casualization, where this value is a precondition for finding another project. In such situations, being the one who has done such and such, who has had some idea, and having it acknowledged, matters. Similarly, the fact that one might have been worked on becomes intolerable, for what is then at stake is the ability to survive in a world where people must fulfill themselves by their own devices. With the increase in the demand for singularity, we can thus foresee an increase in paranoid behavior by people who are forever fearful that they have been manipulated, plagiarized, or hijacked. Consequently, the orders which can be established by reference to the projective city being formed are constantly undermined by the possibility that they will be denounced by people basing themselves on other worlds, for example, the domestic or inspired worlds, as a product of manipulation. In other words, they may be seen as deriving from a cynical use of the reference to authenticity in order to get people to do, seemingly voluntarily, what can no longer be dictated in hierarchical fashion, and hence as an instrument for developing voluntary servitude. This contradiction, between the exigency of adaptation and the demand for authenticity once connections have been created, also creeps into the very core of the person. For human beings, whose identity is said to be dependent on the changing environment in which they are distributed, must nevertheless retain sufficient consistency and permanency in time and memory to be a medium of accumulation, without which they could not be enriched in the course of their encounters. Being someone and being flexible. In a connectionist world, the tension between the requirement of flexibility and the need to be someone, that is, to possess a self endowed with specificity and a certain permanency in time, is a constant source of anxiety. The slogan that sums up the ideal of a successful life as becoming oneself, that is, changing in order to bring out and discover what one potentially was, so that one is no longer the same person while nevertheless evincing conformity to an original self, is the typical expression of this tension. To adjust to a connectionist world, people must prove sufficiently malleable to pass through different universes while changing properties. The logic of the temporary rental or loan can be extended from material properties to personal properties, to the attributes of persons, that is to say, to qualities which, stripped of their permanent character, are then assumed in particular situations. The skill to recognize what a situation consists in, and to activate the properties it requires of the self, is what primarily makes it possible to adopt modes of action tailored to this world. Adaptability, that is, the ability to treat one's own person in the manner of a text that can be translated into different languages, is in fact a basic requirement for circulating in networks, guaranteeing the transit through heterogeneity of a being minimally defined by a body and the proper noun attached to it. Considered from the standpoint of this new model of excellence, permanency, and especially constancy to oneself, or enduring attachment to various values, are open to criticism as misplaced, even pathological inflexibility and, depending on the context, as inefficiency, rudeness, intolerance, and an inability to communicate. But in another respect, the success of connectionist human beings does not depend solely on their plasticity. In fact, if they simply adjust to the new situations that arise, they risk passing unnoticed or, worse, being adjudged wanting in status and assimilated to the little people, the newcomers, the ignorant, the trainees. To profit from the contacts they make, they must interest people and, to do that, they have to acquire a prominence that can derive only from their exteriority vis-a-vis the world they are coming into contact with. Here the ideal of adaptability comes into tension with that other, transactional, requirement of network activity. In effect, in order to attach himself to others, especially when they belong to worlds remote from his own, the networker must bring them something. To the extent that in his person, his personality, he possesses this something which is likely to interest and win them over, he can attract their attention and obtain information or backing from them. But for that he must be someone, that is to say, come with elements foreign to their world and regarded as being specific to him. If he is merely his faculty for adapting, if he isn't someone, why attach oneself to him? The conjunction of the adaptability requirement and the transactional requirement can thus create insurmountable tensions. These tensions specific to the connectionist world are not dispelled by the projective city, they are only exacerbated in it. In this city, the great man must be versatile and not shut himself up in a specialism, while at the same time having a specific skill to supply, for without it no one would call on him. He must have access to resources without thereby becoming a prisoner of the resources he relies on to make new connections. He must be capable of fully engaging in a project, while remaining sufficiently available to integrate himself into a different project. In fact, given that each of his projects and links is temporary in its structure, he must be able with equal dexterity to extricate, to release, to free himself, and to engage in a new relationship, a new project, which is more current and more profitable. Finally, he must inspire trust, which presupposes that he respects his commitments, while being sufficiently opportunistic to switch his links depending on the more or less profitable character of the connections that arise. Accordingly, Michael Pior regards the tension between the requirement of commitment and the uncertain, multiple, changing and temporary nature of projects as one of neo-management's key problems. 103 The happiness in prospect for the great man is self-fulfillment in the sense of discovering the potential he harbored within himself. The succession of projects is conceived as an opportunity to reveal something more of his essence to himself at each step, something more of the deepest identity that makes him what he is and distinguishes him. But this quest for the self undergoes a series of ordeals that assumes both a variation in the identities adopted, depending on the project, and the preservation of a constant personality that makes it possible to capitalize assets during displacement in networks. Accordingly, the possibility of striking a balance in such a world between a self-constancy that always threatens to turn into inflexibility, and continual adaptation to the demands of the situation at the risk of total dissolution into the fabric of transient links, is problematic, to say the least. An order of justice tacked onto the representation of a network world, the projective city, by simultaneously incorporating the requirement of authenticity as the guarantee of the personal relations on which work mechanisms are based, and the disqualification of authenticity in favor of the requirement of adaptability 104 thus incorporates one of the main tensions that haunt a connectionist world. In some respects, however, the projective city seems to be an attempt to overcome these difficulties, not by making the tension disappear, since it is incorporated into it, but by seeking to cancel its problematic character. This city is in fact supposed to abolish the issue of authenticity by reducing it to straightforward interactional exigencies that do not necessarily have to plumb a deep ego which they would somehow disclose. Consequently, the stakes in the establishment of the projective city are considerable. We have seen that in terms of the issue of justice, this city simultaneously presents itself both as a regulation of the connectionist world and as a legitimation of most of its features. When it comes to authenticity, the issue is legitimating a redivision between the spheres ruled by self-interest and those governed by disinterestedness, that is to say, a shift in the boundaries between what may be commodified and what may not. The projective city and the redefinition of what may be commodified. The new enterprise practices and the new network morality accompanying them tend to challenge the division between activities and qualities of a personal kind and those that are professional, a division which played a considerable role in the formation of capitalism. It was precisely because they did not accept this division, among others, that literary and artistic activities remained on the margins of capitalism or came into conflict with it, the artwork being priceless in structure and principle, even if material exigencies made it necessary to offer it on a market. 105. In the capitalist universe, this division is essential for at least two reasons. The first derives from the way a free labor market was constructed where the condition of wage labor could develop. As is well known, in liberal categories the possibility of a labor market rests on the legal fiction of a clear distinction between the person of the worker, which is inalienable, and their labor power, which they can alienate contractually. As late as the 19th century, this distinction formed the basis for the contrast between the domestic condition, which establishes a personal bond between masters and servants presupposing not only subordination, but also loyalty and mutual aid, and the working class condition, which simply involves a contractual relationship, exclusively focused on work, between employer and employee. 106 Even today, this distinction likewise provides the basis for prohibiting the hire of people, which frames and checks the development of temping agencies and subcontracting. Finally, it stimulated a formalization of qualifications in certificates and degrees, which certify knowledge acquired via experience or at school, as opposed to aptitudes that are bound up with persons, and remain unknowable until and unless they are disclosed in tests. The second reason is related to the way that the division between self-interest and disinterestedness is made. This division plays an especially important role in the sphere of personal relations. It makes it possible to establish a clear distinction, at least formally, between two categories of relationships. On the one hand, there are business relations where the partners, however cordial the links between them, may legitimately have the pursuit of their own interests as their motivation. On the other, there are relations of friendship, which deserve to be deemed such only if they are completely detached from any self-interested motives, and based exclusively on a mutual liking and shared tastes. As Alan Silver has shown, this comparatively recent conception of friendship was established precisely when, with the formation of a political philosophy of the economic, it became possible to conceive a specific domain governed entirely by competing interests. 107 It was the autonomization of interest and self-interested relations that then prompted a redefinition of friendship in terms of disinterestedness. Since then, this distinction has played a very important role in the moral judgments, often formulated in terms of authenticity or inauthenticity, that people make about one another. Relations of friendship are deemed authentic when they are regarded as genuinely disinterested, whereas they are condemned as inauthentic when underlying motives of self-interest can be unmasked in at least one of the partners. In our society, realizing that the apparent affection of a dear friend, to whom one is devoted, in fact conceals self-interested motives and strategic designs is the paradigmatic instance, often dramatized in literature, of disillusionment, paving the way for disenchantment. These two distinctions, between persons and their labor power, and between disinterested relations and self-interested relations, play a key role in capitalism, because they are employed to effect the division between what may be commodified and what may not, and, consequently, to construct the contrast between capital and non-capital. Thus, persons and personal relations alike are morally considered to be non-commodifiable, and those who are thought openly to transgress this norm are subject to virtually universal condemnation. Now, it is part of the logic of capitalism to place this norm under strain, the displacement of the boundary between capital and non-capital, that is to say, the commodification of goods and services that had hitherto eluded the market, playing a very significant role in the pursuit of accumulation. But if these displacements, which impinge on the principles on which everyday judgments are based, are to be made acceptable, they require rearrangements in the relationship between profit and morality, which in their turn contribute to changes in what we have called the spirit of capitalism. A reorganization of this type, easing the tensions created by the new enterprise mechanisms and the displacement of profit towards new sectors of activity, accompanies the formation of a projective city. Characteristic of such changes is that they engage human persons as such more deeply than before in the profit dynamic. As we shall see by way of a few examples, a number of mechanisms in keeping with the projective city emerge as ways of reducing the existential confusion created by the tension between the contradictory requirements of adaptability and authenticity in the connectionist world. But this reduction rests largely on their ratification, and hence legitimation, of the displacement in the boundaries controlled by the two divisions, which are still relevant in the era of the second spirit of capitalism. In so doing, they sanction a displacement of the boundaries between the commodifiable and non-commodifiable and, as a result, pave the way for an legitimate greater commodification of human beings. The argument used by André Gortz against the revenue minimum de-insertion, which can be extended to universal income, is based upon a critique of this type. It is because, socially determined and remunerated, work confers upon me the impersonal reality of an abstract social individual, giving me a function which is impersonal in its essence, which I occupy as an interchangeable person among others, without having to engage the whole of my person, the whole of my life in it, that it is the condition of possibility of that other sphere, the private sphere as the site of sovereignty and voluntary reciprocity. However, by abolishing the compulsory and abstract character of social labor, the erasure of the separation between work and activity and mechanisms like universal income tend to deprive me of my private existence. 108. Similarly, the application of standardization procedures derived from product standardization to persons. 109, which is presupposed by the operationalization of the notion of skills in managerial mechanisms, tends to confer an official form on the commodification of human persons. The reference point is no longer the division of labor objectified in a structure of posts, but the qualities of the person, what can he do, replaces what does he do. 110 Whereas the qualifications associated with the classifications recognized by collective agreements were mainly directed to fixing relative wages, that is, to problems concerning the distribution of profits among workers, whose main demands were bolstered by the critique of exploitation, the logic of skills attributes a directly economic value to human persons. 111. Finally, the new mechanisms that are justified in particular by the intention of breaking with tailorized forms of work, rightly regarded as inhuman, are also ambiguous in the respect considered here. The traditional tailorization of work undoubtedly consisted in treating human beings like machines. But it did not make it possible to place the most specific qualities of human beings, their emotions, their moral sense, their honor, and so on, directly in the service of the pursuit of profit. Contrariwise, the new enterprise mechanisms, which demand greater engagement and are based on a more sophisticated ergonomics, incorporating the contributions of post-behaviorist psychology and the cognitive sciences, precisely because they are more human in a way, also penetrate more profoundly into people's interior being. The latter are expected to give themselves, as one says, to their work, and the mechanisms permit an instrumentalization and commodification of what is most specifically human about human beings. Capitalism's assimilation after numerous detours of a paradigm, the network, derived from an autonomous philosophical history, and constructed in part against the notion of authenticity, has thus ended up today supplying arguments for, and even legitimating an increase in, commodification, particularly of human beings. The various critiques of authenticity diffused at the end of the 1970s, and especially in the first half of the 1980s, have thus helped to discredit the artistic rejection of consumer goods, comfort, and everyday mediocrity, which is likened to an outmoded pose. More generally, they have released a number of intellectuals from what, in the post-war years, was both an ascetic constraint and a point of honor, scorn for money and the comfort it affords. 112 But if it is no longer acceptable to believe in the possibility of a more authentic life at a remove from capitalism, and good form to mock those who remain attached to it, if one doubts the possibility of goods existing outside of the commodity sphere, endowed with a value that cannot be equated with the commodity and would be destroyed if they were introduced into the commodity circuit, then what is there to halt the process of commodification? Capitalism has thus wrested a freedom of maneuver and commodification it has never previously achieved since, in a world where all differences are admissible, but they are all equivalent precisely as equivalents, nothing is worth protecting from commodification by mere virtue of its existence, and everything, accordingly, will be an object of commerce. For these reasons, entrenching the values of the projective city in test mechanisms simply cannot be regarded as an adequate solution to the social problems produced by the new forms of capitalism, even though they would have the merit of reducing exploitation and the growth in inequalities. The artistic critique retains all its relevance when it comes to questioning the legitimations that the projective city affects as it regulates the new world. In particular, it would appear urgent to reconsider the issue of the limits that must be set on commodification. Likewise, the issue of the validity of the type of freedom that may be given free rein in a connectionist world, once framed by the conventions of the projective city, must be posed anew. Conclusion: a revival of the artistic critique. The artistic critique is currently paralyzed by what, depending on one's viewpoint, may be regarded as its success or its failure. It was successful in the sense that, confined to minorities and avant-gardes until the 1950s, from the end of the 1960s it coincided with the aspirations of an enormous audience. This type of critique now possesses a base and spokespersons, and it occupies a significant place in the media. It failed inasmuch as the liberation of desire has not sounded the death knell of capitalism, as heralded by Freud, Marxism between the 1930s and the 1970s. Moreover, that belief entailed ignoring freedom's implication in the regime of capital and its profound complicity with desire, on which its dynamic to a great extent rests. By helping to overthrow the conventions bound up with the old domestic world, and also to overcome the inflexibilities of the industrial order, bureaucratic hierarchies and standardized production, the artistic critique opened up an opportunity for capitalism to base itself on new forms of control and commodify new, more individualized and authentic goods. Accordingly, the artistic critique is today caught in a dilemma both of whose horns reveal its impotence. Either it can pursue the critique in the direction it embarked on in the 19th century without taking account of capitalism's displacements, and particularly the fact that it is no longer hand in glove with the family or religion, let alone morality. It can even attack the media conspiracy aimed at silencing free thinking. These are denunciations, incidentally, that the media are quite ready to accept as a commodity like any other which is likely to get people talking, that is to say, in this instance, to get things sold. In order to retain credence in itself, this line of conduct, which constantly tends to collapse in on itself for want of opponents, the most devastating proposals being almost immediately transposed into a well-ordered public debate, and then integrated into cultural supply in a dual dynamic of commodification of byproducts and official celebration of their authors, must invent enemies, or credit remaining enemies with the power they have long since lost. Alternatively, demonstrating a lucidity presented as the only posture still worth adopting in the face of the impending apocalypse, one can register capitalism's ability to recuperate anything and everything. One can announce the end of all value, and even of any reality, the entry into an age of nihilism, and at the same time, in a rather paradoxical gesture, once again don the aristocratic but utterly threadbare garb of the lampoonist, the solitary conscience confronting cretinized masses. 113 One can then steel oneself in reactionary nostalgia for an idealized past, with its warm human communities, its freely consensual discipline, often dubbed republican, its genuine and honest love, its easel painting, its long-lost landscapes, its solid fare, its country produce, and so on. To escape from this dead end, perhaps the artistic critique should, to a greater extent than is currently the case, take the time to reformulate the issues of liberation and authenticity, starting from the new forms of oppression it unwittingly helped to make possible. Security as a factor of liberation. What purchase might there be for loosening the grip of capitalism as an oppressive instance? It is virtually the same as a century ago. Everything that enhances the security and stability of people at work today creates a margin of freedom and furnishes opportunities to resist the abusive expansion of self-control and, precisely relying on the ideal of autonomy acknowledged by the new spirit of capitalism, to contest the proliferation of the new control mechanisms, especially computerized ones. One critical orientation, which is seemingly paradoxical given that mobility and liberation have hitherto been closely associated, is to be sought in challenging mobility as a prerequisite and incontestable value. Is the project of liberation still compatible with an unlimited extension of the exigency of mobility, contact, and connection which, as we have shown, can be a source of new forms of exploitation and new existential tensions? The first problem, an absolutely concrete one, concerns the use made of time. Maybe a step in the direction of liberation today involves the possibility of slowing down the pace of connections, without thereby fearing that one no longer exists for others or sinking into oblivion and, ultimately, exclusion, of deferring engagement in a project or publishing a work, and instead sharing it, for example, in an exhibition or at a conference, without thereby seeing the recognition to which one believes one is entitled appropriated by another, of lingering over an ongoing project, whose full potential one had not realized at the outset, of putting off the moment of the test and, more generally perhaps, not abolishing tests, which would be bound to provoke violent feelings of injustice, but spacing them out. If a world without tests is inconceivable, it is equally clear that a world of constantly renewed tests soon proves unbearable. 114 So that regulating the rhythm of tests is a very important component of justice. The premium placed on mobility leads to assessing people according to a mode of existence which, in addition to being far from universally desired, presupposes access to resources that are very unequally distributed. On the one hand, the value conferred on mobility and the ability to make new links, and on the other, the preference in the construction of identities accorded to elective bonds forged with people's displacement in networks, over affiliations that depend upon already constituted collectives like nation, social class, or family. These tend to exclude at least one form of freedom, whose legitimacy is less and less assured. It is the form of freedom expressed in the option for stability, the prioritization of loyalty, and receipt of a heritage, accepted as such, without any consideration of the profits it might bring, simply because it is there. If a multiplication of identities and lived worlds is indeed a central element in expanded modernity 115 it can represent a liberating factor only if the validity of aspirations to an existence wholly contained in a privileged identity and a non-fragmented space is acknowledged, even if this can be only one way of life among others today. Moreover, how could the range of identities, which in a radical logic of self-constitution actors are free to assume at will, be preserved, if other people did not exist with a sufficiently stable affiliation for these identities to retain a substantial form and temporal continuity, without which they would tend to disappear into the multiplicity of ephemeral symbolic appropriations to which they are subject. Just as we saw in Chapter 6, the profit that can be obtained by circulating in networks would veer towards zero if boundaries did not persist between groups, institutions, fields, and so on, crossing which has a price, and if unchanging individuals did not exist to maintain the local links, so the paradox of fragmentation is that it assumes the existence of collectives attached to maintaining in good order the identities that others will adopt by way of simulacrum. Accordingly, it is equally in keeping with the requirement of liberation to defend the legitimacy and possibility of survival of such collectives, whose energy is mobilized in the struggle against deracination. Proceeding thus would obviously bring the artistic critique closer to the social critique. Slowing down, deferring, delaying, spacing, these in fact presuppose constructing temporal spaces that are larger than the project, in the sense in which we found it defined in management literature, or providing people with the means to subsist between engagements in different projects. As Alain Soupiat observes, workers' mobility and flexibility must not only mean greater and cheaper subservience to the needs of the firm, but be framed by regulations that make it possible to protect mobility and confer a status on the mobile worker. 116 In fact, there is scarcely any other way of equipping people with a relative freedom vis-a-vis the market, or when they are confronted with the new requirement of unbridled sociability, than to endow them with something resembling a statute. As a text regulating the situation of a group, in modern states the statute was initially conceived precisely as an instrument of liberation that aimed to emancipate individuals from personal dependence, petty political obedience, and strict, constant supervision conducted from without. Hence it sought to guarantee freedom of thought and political freedoms, while specifying the kinds of tests to which people were required to submit in certain respects to preserve their state and material conditions of existence, in such a way as to protect them from undefined or unformalized tests whereby they might find themselves being assessed at any moment and in any respect. 117 Statutes express what can be established about the position of individuals for a certain length of time and in a certain space, independently of how their interaction with others unfolds at any given moment. They presuppose reference to something like institutions capable not only of organizing tests that last, in such a way as to stabilize expectations and define their rhythm, but also of exercising an external constraint in the form of obligations and sanctions. Only via a compromise with mechanisms that are at once constraining and reassuring, overarching with respect to everyday interaction and contractual relations, can the requirement of mobility conduce to a liberation that escapes the alternative of the bureaucrats' much disparaged inflexibility and the innovators' now universally celebrated nomadism. In this sense, the struggle to defend or obtain statutes, far from being a backward-looking battle, as neoliberal discourse has it, is a wholly relevant objective from the perspective of liberation. Only statutory provisions can help to outlaw, or at least restrict, the new forms of real-time computer surveillance that are tending to proliferate in firms, workshops, offices, shopping areas, and so on. But securing statutes can play only an emancipatory role on two conditions. The first is that enhanced security is not bought at the cost of job impoverishment, as was the case during the transition from market capitalism to Fordist capitalism. It is to be hoped that the increased cultural component in work makes dispossession of the Taylorist variety more difficult than it was in the past, although the flexibility of computer mechanisms means that we cannot exclude this possibility. The second is that the statute is not consolidated to the extent of excluding any form of test, regardless of its character. One of the important things about statutes is that they make it possible to space out the rhythm of tests by relying on clearly established test periods, in between which trust is placed in the agents. There is little likelihood of the recognition of a statute enduring if it is not accompanied by recognition of the kind of convention that is generally called professional conscience. It also presupposes the recognition of an authority capable of legitimating the tests and sanctions. It remains the case that embarking on this road presupposes pretty much abandoning a quest for liberation defined as absolute autonomy, simultaneously free of any interference from others and any form of obligation laid down by an external authority. The restriction of the commodity sphere. In the age of the commodification of difference, one task is obviously unavoidable on the authenticity front, restricting the extension of the commodity sphere, particularly in the direction of a commodification of the human. As we have seen, the commodification of the human was favored in the framework of the projective city by the erasure of the boundary between the spheres of self-interest and disinterestedness, whether this involves generating profit by creating products obtained through the coding of personal human qualities, or even using the human body as one kind of material among others. But this also presupposes restricting innovators' room for action and breaking with a reference to the demand for liberation sufficiently vague to allow it to pass, depending on the needs of the moment, from the critique of the market to a strictly market conception of free enterprise, even in the domain of science or culture. Moreover, the struggle against the commodification of new goods is particularly difficult not simply on account of the globalizing of market coordination 118 or the ability to convert one good into another inherent in the use of money. 119 It is also, no doubt, because it comes up against the libertarian interests of different groups, who may be at variance in other respects, innovators in the intellectual sphere and entrepreneurs in the sphere of capital, not to mention consumers whose only desire is to obtain the greatest comfort at the best price. But why should it fall to an artistic critique instead of, or alongside, a social critique to attend to restricting commodification? We may seek an answer to this question by running through the list of social goods it is usually considered immoral to distribute as commodities, provided by Michael Walzer in the chapter of his Spheres of Justice devoted to money. The standpoint adopted on goods usually starts from demand. What is to be defended is, primarily, the equal dignity of persons, which allows them equal access to primary goods, and this defense is a priority among the tasks that fall to the social critique, since it involves remedying sources of inequality. Thus, numerous goods are shielded from the market because they are goods whose equal availability to all is regarded as morally necessary, and whose commodification would entail intolerable inequalities because of the inequality in people's financial resources. In Walzer this is the case, for example, with basic public services, conscription for military service, with fundamental political rights like the right to vote, with love and access to marriage. Other prohibitions noted by Walzer are relevant by reference to a requirement not for equality but for security. But in this case too, the standpoint adopted is that of the interests of demand. Another standpoint on commodification exists that has been adopted, though invariably implicitly, only by an artistic critique. This standpoint is that of supply. Here it is not because its commodification would contravene the equal dignity of users that the good should be shielded from the market. Its commodification is to be excluded because it would contravene the specific dignity of the good were it to be denatured through coding, transformed into a product or, if you like, alienated. Moreover, it is precisely from the standpoint of supply that the commodification of human beings, in the form of slavery or procuring, has been outlawed. But such a prohibition can be extended to other goods, for example, aspects of persons or types of action that are thought to be degraded by their transformation into products allocated a price and offered on a competitive market, bodies, organs, foetuses, and so on, artifacts, artworks or places valued for their uniqueness, and so on, or, finally, natural entities such as animals, rivers, mountains, and so on. In this perspective, the revival of the artistic critique notably takes the form of an alliance with the ecological critique, which at present constitutes one of the only positions from which the multiplicity and particularity of beings, human beings, natural beings and, in some versions, artifacts, are assigned an intrinsic value. Conclusion. The force of critique. In this conclusion, we have sought to condense in a comparatively limited space the historical transformations of capitalism over the last 30 years, as well as the concepts and model of change that we employ to account for them. This synthesis is presented in the form of a series of steps leading to the formation of the new spirit of capitalism. Although it was no part of our ambition to construct a theory of change proper, with a claim to general validity, we have nevertheless sought, by marking out sequences in the process that led to a change in the spirit of capitalism, and giving this history a schematic or stylized form 1, to pave the way for a possible generalization in space as well as time. Point 2. To begin with, we recall a certain number of axioms bearing on the relations between the main concepts on which the model of change proposed here is based, that is to say, capitalism, spirit of capitalism and critique. 1. The axiomatics of the model of change. The propositions that follow are so many premises underlying the model. In each instance, we touch on a number of reasons which lead us to think that it is possible on these bases to construct a pertinent interpretation of the events affecting society in its relations with capitalism over the last 30 years. 1. Capitalism needs a spirit in order to engage the people required for production and the functioning of business. These people cannot be set to work and kept working by force. The first reason is practical. Capitalism is not vested with the power of arms, since the state, always relatively autonomous with respect to capitalism, albeit to varying degrees, possesses a monopoly on legitimate violence. The second stems from the fact that freedom is, as it were, embedded in capitalism and would negate itself were it to rely exclusively on forcibly enlisting people. At the very least, it presupposes free labor and free enterprise. Finally, if forced labor makes possible the performance of certain works that can be undertaken mainly using unskilled, plentiful manpower, it is utterly inadequate when the tasks to be performed require a higher level of skill, autonomy, and positive involvement from workers, or the use of sophisticated machinery, and when the product must satisfy stringent requirements in terms of innovation, reliability, quality of finish, respect of multiple manufacturing norms, and so on. It is precisely because capitalism is hand in glove with freedom, does not have total sway over people, and presupposes the performance of a large number of tasks that cannot be carried out without workers' positive involvement, that it must furnish acceptable reasons for engaging. These reasons are contained in the spirit of capitalism. 2. To be capable of mobilizing people, the spirit of capitalism must incorporate a moral dimension. This means that it must offer people the possibility, on the one hand, of appealing against the condition that is constructed for them by reference to justice, and on the other hand of legitimately aspiring to sufficient security of existence to maintain themselves and reproduce themselves in their children. Even where capitalism is most strongly established, people continue to exist outside work and in other respects than as workers, so that they can always rely on this outside life to preserve a critical distance, at least when the level of exploitation is not at its maximum. The impact of this resistance leads capitalism, in order to remain desirable, to equip itself with an ideology that acts to maximum effect in furnishing justifications, pointing towards criteria of justice, and making it possible to respond to critiques. Over and above the criticism to which capitalism is necessarily vulnerable because it does not engage people by force, and because in normal regimes people can be sure of some space where they can distance themselves from the requirements of the accumulation process, there is another reason why capitalism needs regulations of a moral kind. It is as follows: whereas capitalism, by its very nature, is an insatiable process, people are satiable, so that they require justifications for getting involved in an insatiable process. It follows that capitalism cannot make do with offering nothing more specific than its inherent insatiability. Thus, in contrast to Durkheim 3, we transfer the full weight of such insatiability onto capitalism, that is, its systemic properties, not onto the anthropological properties of human nature. We think that one of the difficulties capitalism faces in getting itself accepted is that it addresses itself to people who are by no means ready to sacrifice everything to the accumulation process. This is precisely because they are not wholly identified with this regime, and have experience of different ones, for example, family attachments, civic solidarity, intellectual or religious life, and so on. and even those who seem to be most wholly identified with capitalism cannot completely forget having experienced different regimes, at least when they were children, and having been socialized in accordance with different values. By causing desires to be played off against one another, as it were, the existence of a plurality of value orders and people's simultaneous or successive membership of several lived worlds thus tend to confer a satiable character on human nature. Or, to put it another way, they check the tendencies to insatiability Durkheim refers to. Perhaps these tendencies would be unbounded if human beings knew only one kind of goods and only one way of attaining them. But one-dimensional individuals of this variety, close to the fiction of Homo economicus, would not grow indignant at anything, would have no compassion for anyone, or any critical spirit. There would no longer be anything distinctively human about them. Point 4. Unable to discover a moral basis in the logic of the insatiable accumulation process, capitalism must borrow the legitimating principles it lacks from orders of justification external to it. Through the intermediary of the spirit of capitalism, capitalism thus in a way also incorporates its own critique, since it incorporates moral principles on which people can depend to denounce those of its aspects which do not respect the values it has annexed to itself. 3. If it is to survive, capitalism needs simultaneously to stimulate and to curb insatiability. As a process of unlimited accumulation, capitalism must constantly stimulate tendencies to insatiability and activate different forms of desire for accumulation, amassing property, concentrating power, which was particularly important in the forms associated with the second spirit of capitalism that accompanied the development of bureaucratized firms from the 1930s, or, as we observe today, the capitalization of resources conducive to mobility and creativity. In fact, capitalism can develop only by relying on human beings' propensities for accumulating profits, power, inventions, different experiences. But this power is quite insufficient on its own, for without an external foundation the desire for accumulation itself becomes problematic and tends in the course of a life, or at least in the following generation, to exhaust itself. As we have seen, were human beings insatiable by nature, this would not be the case. But then the tendency would be to self-destruction, because the search for unlimited profits increases competition, which, if it is neither checked nor regulated, borders on violence. For example, what would become of capitalism without the interdiction of theft? The spirit of capitalism may thus be conceived as a solution to this problem, since it activates insatiability in the form of excitement and liberation, while tethering it to moral exigencies that are going to restrict it by bringing the constraints of the common good to bear on it. It is the site of a permanent tension between the stimulation of desire for accumulation and its limitation by norms corresponding to the forms that desire takes when it is embedded in other orders of status. Being an unstable compromise structurally, its mobilizing power can be strengthened or weakened. It can be weakened either because it loses its stimulating dimension, or because it is insufficiently orientated towards the common good, and people find the justifications for engagement it supplies rather thin. But the strengthening of any one of its components retroacts on the others. A perfectly just world would be singularly lacking in the capacity to generate the kind of pleasure that is experienced in confronting uncertainty, for all the tests on which the distribution of goods and responsibilities in a society depends would be completely resolved in it, and nothing, seemingly, would be left to chance. Would surprises still be possible in such a world? Conversely, a world where anything seemed possible, while it would be exciting, would also risk being highly demotivating, because people would no longer know what they could rely on. 4. The spirit of capitalism cannot be reduced to an ideology in the sense of an illusion with no impact on events in the world. It must, to a certain extent, deliver on its promises. It is in fact constantly put to the test by people who, relying on it in the way that one evokes an ideal, denounce what in practice does not conform to the rule. This presupposes that people possess genuine critical capacities, that is to say, that they are never so alienated as to be incapable of establishing a critical distance. Critique has real effects for, in order to withstand the test, the justification of capitalism must be able to rely upon mechanisms, that is to say, collections of objects, rules, conventions, of which law is one expression. Developed in response to critiques, these mechanisms constrain the accumulation process. 5. Capitalism has a constant tendency to transform itself. The search for new paths to profit is a potent force of transformation, whether it involves overcoming the effects of market saturation by creating new products and services, in particular, by commodifying spaces that have hitherto remained outside the commodity sphere, or restoring margins eroded by competition by gaining a temporary advantage over other competitors. Such an advantage makes it possible to secure the benefit of a temporary revenue bound up with possession of a patent or manufacturing secrets, control over a new technology, or implementation of a new, more efficient organization. This indicates the role played in constant creative destruction, to use Joseph Schumpeter's phrase, by the very specific form of critique that is competition. This constantly fuels the capitalist process by virtue of the fact that entrepreneurs are always seeking to escape the erosion of margins it entails. On the other hand, changes in capitalism are largely independent of the voice critique in Hirschman's sense, although it may in some cases encourage them, slow them down, or prevent them occurring. As they accumulate, the alterations can become so radical that a spirit of capitalism adapted to a given period can subsequently prove utterly incapable of performing its mobilizing function. 6. The principal operator of creation and transformation of the spirit of capitalism is critique. While the voice critique is not the main agent of change in capitalism, its role is central in constructing the spirit which, in different forms at different times, accompanies capitalism. Through a reflexive endeavor on the part of those in charge of firms and their assistants, with a view to reproducing success and understanding failure, and on the part of critique, which seeks to understand the origins of its indignation and interrogates the former, obliging them to offer interpretations and justifications, a kind of cartography of the world in a certain state of capitalism is established, according to categories shared by both types of actors. This cartography recognizes various important sites, focal points allowing for tacit coordination in a situation of uncertainty. 5. That will be regarded as privileged moments of judgment, of evaluation and hence selection, of remuneration, of positive or negative sanction. We have called them tests. In part under the influence of critique, certain of these tests that are considered especially important are subject to a labor of institutionalization, and are scrutinized and controlled in respect of the extent to which the order derived from them, with its winners and losers, its great men and little people, is held to be just. This process allows the various partners to agree on the stress points that particularly merit elucidation and, as a result, helps to damp down conflicts. The more critique focuses attention on a test, the more chance there is that established mechanisms exist to improve it in terms of its more or less just character. Thus critique plays several roles in this process: identification and categorization of the strengths that may legitimately be committed to the test, and protest when one of the protagonists is discovered exploiting strengths that are alien to the test format. It thus brings pressure to bear on the identified tests to make them more just by eliminating parasitic forces. In other words, it intervenes to tighten up the tests. Critique thus plays an important role in the formation of the spirit of capitalism, which, if it is to be credible, must have corresponding supervised tests. Because critique makes it possible for capitalism to equip itself with a spirit which, as we have seen, is required for people to engage in the profit-making process, it indirectly serves capitalism and is one of the instruments of its ability to endure. This poses some serious problems for critique, since it easily finds itself faced with the alternative of being either ignored or recuperated. 7. In certain conditions, critique can itself be one of the factors of a change in capitalism. 3 scenarios might be envisaged. The critique of the established tests is so violent that capitalism seeks to elude them via displacements, that is to say, by wagering on terrain that has not as yet been subject to identification and categorization to the same degree, even at the price of imperiling the spirit on which its legitimacy and mobilizing capacity rest. For example, one way of escaping the fixed links between job hierarchies and wage hierarchies guaranteed by collective agreements, which tends to pass on to the whole chain and increase at any of one of its points, has been to engage a casualized workforce that is not included in the classification and does not enjoy the established guarantees. Breaching the promise of career prospects associated with the second spirit, this helped to diminish its credibility, because critique is plural. A change in the balance between its different critical components leads to an emphasis on tests that have hitherto been weakly established, or even the establishment of new types of test through an identification categorization of points of the map hitherto ignored or not qualified in autonomous fashion. Thus, the importance assumed by demands for liberation in the years following May 1968 shifted attention from the critique of the hitherto preponderant issue, the distribution of value added, to hierarchical behavior, to the point where those in charge of firms had to amend the old disciplinary forms. By obliging capitalism to limit itself, critique constrains it to alter its forms of accumulation. For example, in the case of the second spirit of capitalism, the critique of exploitation made it possible to impose an accounting framework that disclosed value added and its distribution. 8. Critique derives its energy from sources of indignation. Such indignation emerges in historically situated forms, while doubtless being rooted in anthropologies that possess very general validity. Forms of indignation may be regarded as emotional expressions of a metaethical anchorage, and concern infringements that are believed, at least implicitly, to affect people's possibilities of realizing their humanity. We have identified four main sources of indignation as regards the critiques directed at capitalism. Let us recall that the first has to do with the demand for liberation, which is grounded in the constitutive irreducibility of persons, whose potential cannot be confined to a finite list of properties. The second, which unmasks the inauthenticity of persons and objects, is based on the opposition between truth and illusion. The third incriminates egoism and points towards the exigency of a common humanity, expressing itself in solidarity within collectives. Finally, the fourth derives from sensitivity to suffering and, more precisely, forms of suffering which, not having a generic character, can be attributed to human action, that is to say, in the case that concerns us, to the dynamic of capitalism. Unlike rebellion against the misery of the human condition as such, these sources of indignation point towards what is regarded as remediable in the human order. 6. Although these forms of indignation may be regarded as possessing a relatively timeless character, critique, in the forms we are familiar with today, goes hand in glove with modernity and democracy. If there is certainly no form of society without critique, critique as a political exigency is a product of the Enlightenment. 7 For us, the right to condemn now forms part of human rights, to the point where we cannot imagine an acceptable life where there would be no place for the possibility of formulating critiques and getting them heard in the public arena. No doubt Durkheim also had the development of critical capacities in mind when he contrasted mechanical solidarity with organic solidarity. Whereas critique in the framework of the former essentially consists in sanctioning transgressions that are deemed scandalous, the latter, which is associated with extended forms of the division of labor, a greater awareness of pluralism, and hence different claims to legitimacy, paves the way for a conflict of interpretations and, as it were, the institutionalization of social critique. We can say that the development of capitalism would not have been possible without this unlocking of critique associated with the multiplication of practices, if only because it assumes free labor and free enterprise, and hence competition. As we have seen, in itself competition already represents a form of critique, which consists in defecting. However, in addition to the fact that it is rarely pure and perfect, it turns out that competition is a long way from possessing the regulatory power attributed to it by the classics, for which protests must implicate market imperfections. To the extent that prices cannot focus all the reasons for satisfaction or dissatisfaction, capitalism is also bound to give voice its due. Having recalled the main capacities that we attributed to our macro actors, capitalism and critique, as well as certain features of the result of their interaction, the spirit of capitalism, we can now direct them in a sequenced history of the change in the components of the spirit of capitalism, such as we have been able to reconstruct it on the basis of the events of the last 30 years. 2 steps in the change in the spirit of capitalism. In the discussion that follows, we shall alternate moments containing the model of change at its most general with others which, pointing towards features of the period studied, are as it were an illustration of it, or even offer examples from earlier epochs likewise marked by changes in the spirit of capitalism. Critique in the case of agreement on the important tests. Critique, at least in its public modes, and to the extent that it depends on justifiable expressions of the common good, is exercised as a matter of priority on tests that have already been subject to formalization, stabilization by means of procedures or rules, and at least the skeleton of an institutionalization, giving them an objectivity that makes it possible to share indignation. This contrasts with barely formalized tests that generate an unease requiring interpretation aid which is difficult to induce others to share and which, when it is expressed, can easily be discredited as purely subjective, even as the fruit of a tendency to paranoia. Given the subject matter of our work, the formalized tests that interest us are in the main those through which capital accumulation and profit creation are pursued in forms that lay claim to legitimacy. We can distinguish 3 types of test among those that were confronted with the question of whether their conduct was just at the beginning of the period studied, that is to say, in the second half of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s. Affected in the first instance were the tests on which the wages-profit relationship, that is, the division of value added, depended. These tests result in allocating people a certain number of characteristics, goods, rights, and duties relative to work, the nature of the tasks they must perform, a remuneration, a type of work contract characterized notably, depending on its casual and flexible character, in terms of hours worked, and so on. Particularly since the 1930s, these tests had been subject to a formalization based on labor law, which led to the establishment of what is usually called industrial relations systems. Likewise subject to close critical scrutiny were tests that legitimate asymmetries in terms of power, or positions of seniority, particularly when this asymmetry was of a domestic kind, but also when it was based upon a claim to inequality in terms of merit as validated by the result of earlier selection tests. Finally, critique attacked all the more or less formalized and supervised tests, supposedly legitimate and just, on which social selection rested, obviously, educational tests in the first instance, but also professional recruitment tests, tests that career progress depends on, psychological tests, tests aiming to establish if a person at work is perfectly normal in the psychiatric sense, and capable of performing the tasks allotted to him, not to mention a number of tests of a judicial kind, aiming to determine the guilt or innocence of persons in different circumstances. Critique unmasks infringements of justice in these tests. In particular, this unmasking consists in revealing the hidden forces that interfere with the test and exposing certain protagonists who, enjoying greater access to various resources, mobilize them unbeknownst to others, procuring an unwarranted advantage. In the case of the division of value added, the demonstration consists in revealing the hidden assets that discreetly swell the employer's profits collectively or individually, that is to say, the exploitation of which the workers are the victims. This foils the employer's justifications, which draw on accounting results to show that it is impossible to meet particular demands without imperiling the firm. In the case of selection, and especially educational tests, the typical form of critical exposure consists in showing how the competitors, placed in such conditions that their chances of success are formally equal, so that the success of some and the failure of others are due exclusively to merit, are in fact in radically unequal positions, because some of them benefit from parasitic forces alien to the character of the test. Also identified and unmasked are competitors who derive an advantage from these forces that is all the greater in that it is not officially taken into account. In principle, the forces unmasked can consist in anything. Theoretically, there is no property that cannot be the source of a positive or negative discrimination, even if those subject to challenge over recent decades have primarily revolved around social background, sex, age, ethnic origin, and physical or mental handicaps. The challenge to these parasitic forces can be the subject of legal provisions. On account of the institutionalization of certain tests that act as focal points, and are associated with repertoires of critique and justification incorporated into common knowledge, if critique seeks to proceed in different directions, it will have difficulty making itself heard, and is always liable to be dragged back to the recognized tests. This is particularly the case because the various actors do not know how to handle these new critiques, and wish to agree on negotiable points. In fact, consideration of critiques that are focused on themes whose definition is unstable, and on whose horizons no formalized tests appear, risks rendering the dispute interminable, or even inflecting it towards violence. The social critiques of 1965 to 70 taken seriously by employers, in contrast to the more artistic critiques, which were rejected, at least to start off with, as incoherent, absurd, or surreal, were above all those that pointed towards tests that had already been subject to a significant formalization and stabilization. Thus, as we saw in Chapter 3, the spokespersons of parties to labor disputes addressed themselves in the first instance to formalized tests integrated into the system of industrial relations, in order to seek a solution to those disputes. Caught unawares by the violence of the disputes, they endeavored, while remaining within a logic of competition and relations of force, to coordinate their efforts to reach a solution, by converging on the most robust of those tests. These tests, being particularly well supervised legally and institutionally, carried less risk of causing them to veer off into disconcerting, uncontrollable conflicts. This was the case par excellence with negotiations at confederal level between trade unions and employers' organizations, in which representatives of the state played a mediating role. These tests rested on the strong coupling between capitalism and the state characteristic of the second spirit of capitalism. The tightening up of tests under the influence of critique. Whether critique bears directly on the most conventionalized tests or is brought back to them, it cannot, if it is of significance, remain without an echo for very long. In fact, these tests must be considered valid, even irreproachable, to guarantee the legitimacy of those who have something to gain from them, whom critique justly accuses of being unduly favored. Those charged with responsibility for conducting them cannot therefore ignore the critiques directed at them forever and must, if the tests are to remain legitimate, take notice of them. After a more or less prolonged period of conflict, involving sequences of critique and justification, these tests often end up being more strictly supervised and fine-tuned than previously, in order to make them conform to the current model of justice. The period considered offers numerous examples of measures that led to test formats being tightened up to respond to demands for justice. In addition to a reweighting of the wages/profits share in favor of wage earners, the beginning of the 1970s was marked by agreements at the highest level issuing in laws or decrees which, extending the welfare state, sought to bolster wage earners' stability and security. In the same years, selection tests were likewise examined more rigorously with regard to their ability to fulfill in practice the requirements of justice contained in their terms of reference. In the educational system in particular, a whole set of measures aimed to encourage access to secondary or higher education for children from social categories that had hitherto been excluded from it in practice. Point 10. The fact that many teachers subscribed to the belief that in covert fashion the education system favored pupils or students who were privileged in other respects led them to be more careful than previously, when it came to the conduct of educational tests and their own behavior towards children from different backgrounds, so as to control anything in their attitude that might be discriminatory. As for the exercise of authority, it too was subject to a greater degree of control, with subordinates more often demanding that instructions and requests to them be justified. The development of an intensive critique of domestic bonds in the world of work, from the critique of the mandarinate in universities to the power of petty tyrants in workshops, at the time provided the basis for refining a large number of tests, in order to refocus tests on the strengths that specifically define them, genuine competence in a professional framework. Following these various alterations to tests, it became rather more difficult to make wage earners work over and above their contractual obligations without compensation, to order people about in oppressive fashion, to rely on the authority of academic titles to push through decisions that were unrelated to acknowledged competence, to sell products of dubious quality, to make trade union representatives redundant, and so on. As the tests were refined and tightened up, the social world unquestionably became rather more just, or, to use a different terminology, somewhat less inegalitarian, in respect, obviously, of injustices or inequalities corresponding to the formats of recognized, established tests. Even if, for reasons bound up with the legitimacy of the social order, it is difficult to oppose such a process head-on, it remains the case that greater strictness in the established tests is not to everyone's advantage. Some gain from it, others lose. Supervision of the forces actually engaged in the test favors those who have received extensive training for that particular test and not some other, professionals, specialists, and so on. In other words, it benefits those who have made the greatest sacrifices in other respects and who, for the same reasons, are often not very mobile and lose their comparative advantage as soon as they have to change terrain. Contrariwise, however, it penalizes those who, having access to resources distributed in a multiplicity of worlds associated with different ways of assessing persons and things, could transfer them unconstrained from one test to another. The advantages they used to enjoy tend to diminish. As a result, the stricter the tests become under the influence of critique, the greater the temptation to circumvent them. Those who hitherto benefited from relatively unsupervised tests realize that the legitimacy gains brought by more strict or more just tests are paid for by a decline in benefits in other respects, for example, by a reduction in the chances of success for themselves or their children. They may not resign themselves to this loss of advantages, and may use the assets they accumulated when tests were less strict in order to seek new paths to profit. In order to avoid the loss of competitive advantage they enjoyed by virtue of being able to commit multiple unidentified strengths, they move into situations containing tests where the nature of the opposing forces is less subject to control. The social gains of the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s made it possible to alter the distribution of value added in favor of wage earners. But this situation, added to the economic problems of the second half of the 1970s, which tended to reduce firms' profits still further, convinced the employers that they should turn away from national negotiations and abandon the corporatist policy, in order to explore new modes of organization and relations with wage earners. How did people come to realize that the tests to which it had hitherto seemed normal to submit no longer offered the same possibilities as before, so that it was appropriate to seek other profitable routes, other opportunities? One hypothesis is that great men, those who have succeeded in a certain order, are the first to understand this point, because from a tacit knowledge which is difficult to communicate, especially publicly, they know that only a surplus of force allows those who hold it to acquire a value superior to the minimum guaranteed by the test, when it is legitimately conducted. They suspect that they would never have succeeded without this surplus strength, whose active potential would have been shattered by overly supervised tests, even if what this potential consists in often remains a mystery to them, and even if they believe that they have contributed in this way to the common good, which, in their view and the view of others, justifies the status accorded them. Thus the great men of the capitalist world find themselves facing a tension that can be summarized as follows: inasmuch as they are hand in glove with the established tests, in particular so that they can punish those who seek to exempt themselves from them, they are hand in glove with the social order as it is, and readily prove conservative, but given that they are always in search of new sources of profit, particularly as a result of the competition practiced by those who lay claim to excellence, they cannot prevent the opening of the Pandora's box containing all the forces which had to be controlled if the state of the world, and, consequently, their own advantages as well, were to be less open to challenge from the standpoint of justice. That is why, while they rarely go so far as to praise force in the pure state, that is, precisely in so far as it remains indeterminate, and consequently open to all possible forms of qualification, they are always ready to criticize rules, regulations, moralism, and so on, as so many fetters on the performance of the great things to which they feel themselves summoned. Vulgar Nietzscheanism, derived from the genealogy of morals, and the matized in Schiller's L'homme du ressentiment, for example, finds an attentive ear among the strong. For them, the need to protect the strong from the weak is a profound thought that mirrors their most intimate experience. Thus, to belong to the bourgeoisie, the dominant class or the circle of notables, in the sense in which these terms feature in denunciations, is above all to share the knowledge, which is common to the happy few and cannot be entrusted to everyone, especially not made public, that nothing great is achieved, whether in art, politics, or industry, without a surplus of force and without getting round the rules. Point 11. Given that the established tests are invested with a high degree of legitimacy, the ability to realize that they have lost out on their interests, and that it is time to seek opportunities for alternative investment, other paths of profit involving different tests, thus presupposes a certain freedom with respect to morality, a variety of amoralism, often presented in the language of realism. Immoralism or amoralism, as a disposition favoring the primitive accumulation of capital, has since the beginning of the 19th century, and at least since Balzac, been a classical theme in literature that is critical of modernity and intent on understanding where the self-made, the new bourgeois dynasties, found the audacity to grasp the opportunities ignored or refused by existing elites, in profiting from confused political circumstances. For the period that interests us, from the end of the 1960s to the mid-1980s, we may advance the hypothesis that innovators found the resources required to liberate themselves from moralism, at least in part in the diffusion of psychoanalysis and, in particular, Lacanian psychoanalysis, which was very widespread in these years. This played an important role in the deconstruction of customary morality, by casting suspicion on the hidden motives of moralizing endeavors. More specifically, in these years the popularized version of Lacanianism was construed by a large number of young cotters in the public or private sector, who were receptive to the emancipatory themes of May 1968, as a school of realism. Point 12. What use is the psychoanalytic cure? For cotters, who undertook it in fairly sizable numbers in the 1970s and 1980s, it first of all serves to enable one to look reality in the face, including, or especially, the reality of desire. But by the same token, it also aids one to acknowledge the limits that reality imposes on desire and, as a result, to make oneself better placed to tackle and control it. The vehemence of the artistic critique in the same period, combating all forms of convention and regarding morality and respect for the established order as unjustified oppression, likewise created an ideological context that was especially auspicious for all forms of subversion, including those practiced by the employer's avant-garde. At a time when the watchword was to reinvent one's existence every day, heads of firms were able to enhance creativity and inventiveness in their organizational mechanisms, and thus emerge as men of progress. Displacements and circumvent ions of the established tests. Displacements make it possible to restore strength by deriving less identified forces from the new circumstances in which those who bring them about are placed. The established tests of status are circumvented. All of a sudden, some people succeed in a different fashion. To start off with, no one knows what it is. However unpredictable and daring they might appear, these displacements are simply the expression of the dynamic of capitalism, one of whose main properties, a source of fascination to Marx or Schumpeter, is, as we recalled at the beginning of this conclusion, to subvert the existing order while aiming for its reproduction. The systemic and mimetic effects of competition, by encouraging the adoption of innovations and hence reducing the advantages that they procure, in fact spur a constant search for new paths to profit. The period under consideration affords numerous examples of these displacements, which have taken very varied forms. They can be geographical in kind, or organizational. They have affected the tests on which relations between firms depend, the organization of work, and the wages, Profits distribution. They have led to the formation of new types of test. The displacements have equally consisted in producing more varied goods in smaller runs, and commodifying objects and services that had hitherto remained outside the economic circuit, and which were presented on this account as more authentic, in order to satisfy critiques of the consumer society while reviving consumption. The accumulating displacements help to undo the established tests, which are not only circumvented but have also proved ineffective, since they are less and less capable of furnishing access to the good that they promised. Like their practical conduct, the principles they were based on thus become widely discredited. Displacements in capitalism thus dismantle the compromises between logics of action that the tests rested on, from the most established to the most informal. The forms of organizing production that led to the expansion of 1950 to 60 rested, on the one hand, on the coupling of a Taylorist division of labor and state mechanisms for redistributing productivity increases, and, on the other, on a compromise between requirements of an industrial type and forms of justification and supervision of a domestic kind. The existence in firms of a large number of situations pertaining to a domestic logic was thus manifest. Where the employers were concerned, it took the form of preserving a family capitalism sustained by traditional bourgeois values in a world where the second spirit of capitalism was dominant. Where the wage-earning class was concerned, it expressed itself in forms of close supervision combining the discipline of the workshop, industrial control mechanisms and traditional, community or family, forms of social control outside the firm. By means of the compromise between the industrial world and the civic world, economic mechanisms were connected with state orchestration and calculating centers favoring impersonal administration, justified by reference to a common good of a civic kind. But at the same time, by dint of the compromise between the industrial world and the domestic world, they also found themselves deeply imbricated in the social fabric, and bound up with the tests of everyday life and forms of personal experience. Initially, at the beginning of the 1970s, the civic, industrial compromise seemed to emerge from the crisis strengthened. But the pursuit of demands prompted employers to embark upon a series of displacements that notably had the effect, 10 years later, of recuperating the increased security obtained at the beginning of the period, thanks to measures that tended in the direction of a generalized flexibility. From the mid-1980s, the civic, industrial compromise emerged from these confrontations greatly weakened in practice and having lost much of its legitimacy. The period was equally marked by a considerable increase in the weight of multinational firms that reorganized themselves so that they were at once global and streamlined, that is to say, minimally dependent on their geographical location. This resulted in the consolidation of economic interest groups that were a good deal more autonomous vis-a-vis state requirements. Whereas the second spirit of capitalism operated in an era when the driving force was large national firms pursuing endogenous growth in a domestic market, which justified a stabilization of social relations by means of a national system of industrial relations under state auspices, the new capitalism uncoupled itself from the state. As for the domestic, industrial compromise, which from 1968 began to be uprooted from the academic world, it was maintained a little longer in the world of production, despite challenges to it from young cotters, engineers, and qualified technicians, which more innovative employers, advised by management specialists and sociologists, sometimes echoed. It was only in the second half of the 1970s, when the managers of firms sought to put an end to the expansion of the civic world by encouraging a management style more attentive to demands for autonomy and creativity, that the legitimacy of domestic forms of arrangement in firms and, more generally, outside the closed space of the nuclear family, began to crumble. 13. There is no doubt that the dismantling of the civic, industrial compromise helped to accelerate the dismantling of the domestic, industrial compromise. In effect, the durability of the domestic world outside the family and in work environments depended largely on the instruments of social control associated with this world. The long-term personal dependence of a subordinate on his employer, respecting relations between the generations and relations of seniority, presupposed that the superior was in a position to control the movements and contacts of his subalterns, and to inflect them in what he deemed to be the right direction. But in return for this consensual dependence, the employer had to ensure his protégé security and, in particular, open up a career path for him. In the large firms of the 1950s and 1960s, relations of domestic dependence thus found a relay in the bureaucratic forms of administration that offered young cadres from their reservoirs the opportunity of a career in the organization. Why would they go elsewhere, at the risk of damaging their reputation for reliability and loyalty, in search of what was offered them on the spot? The durability of the domestic, industrial compromise was thereby linked to the existence of stable mechanisms and statutory preferences, which were incompatible with the search for maximum flexibility. We must be careful not to see in these shifts the outcome of an overall strategy developed by occult bodies and implemented from on high. They are interpretable in terms neither of a plan preconceived, controlled, and organized by an omniscient, omnipotent agent, the employers or capitalism, nor of an unconscious process, without a subject and bereft of reflexivity. The organizational shifts of the 1970s were certainly prepared by much thought and many studies on the part of experts, economists, sociologists, administration specialists, and specialist consultants or journalists, concerned to confront criticism. The search for more robust mechanisms was also encouraged by employers' organizations. The same actors played a major role in pooling experience, stabilizing and transforming it into techniques or mechanisms that could be adapted and reproduced. But the modus operandi consisted instead in searching for new paths to profit by encouraging local, multiple, small-scale changes. This exercise in limited reflexivity stemmed from the concerns and actions of a considerable number of actors, employers, managers, human resources directors, cadres, and so on, each of whom sought to reassert control on their own particular patch, to get their subordinates back to work, to increase their margin of maneuver, and to restore profits. These actors were simultaneously in competition with one another and keen to cooperate, in order to understand what seemed to work for their competitors and, as far as possible, borrow it. Competitive pressure led to a fairly rapid diffusion of displacements. 14 But an effort of interpretation, comparison, and narration was required to define what seemed to have been beneficial, and to render local or circumstantial measures applicable elsewhere. At the beginning of the sequence, when the displacements seemed heteroclite, accidental and local, the success of those whom they benefited could seem somewhat mysterious to the relevant parties themselves. Their striking success, in contrast to the inexplicable failure of those who delayed using the new recipes, could be attributed to circumstances or psychological peculiarities. 15 But as these successes persisted, a sense of what the success of those who had converted in time consisted in began to form in the consciousness of actors competing to create profits. Consequently, it began to be formulated and exchanged in coordinating bodies for those in charge of firms. A growing number of actors gave up the old tests and sought new ways of making a profit. The displacements then tended to proliferate. The polarization towards new tests and the abandonment of old tests tended to spread. Assets were devalued. Others saw their demand increase in significant proportions. Let us point out that something other than displacement is possible when tests seem too strict to a number of actors. It consists in attempting to recover lost advantages by intervening in force in the order of categorization, by deregulating, by doing everything to secure a change based on the stability and visibility of the legal order. However, there is little likelihood of this possibility being activated. For it would immediately encounter a critique strongly constructed around tests that had been openly attacked, and would probably have to take the form of political violence to achieve its ends, unless critique were itself, for one reason or another, greatly enfeebled or discredited. In certain historical circumstances, capitalism has certainly resorted to this, thanks to an alliance with authoritarian political forces, for example, in order to overturn a new communist regime that was challenging private property or free enterprise. But in so doing, it has transgressed its very strong bond with certain freedoms that are incorporated into it. Accordingly, this route, which blocks the dynamic of tests, is adopted only as a last resort because it is not conducive to innovation and mobility, which count among the mainsprings of capitalism. Whenever feasible, it is therefore preferable to opt for a course of low visibility in discreetly circumventing established mechanisms. In the mid-1970s, one possible strategy would thus have been to attempt to dismantle the rights associated with permanent contracts. Given the wage earners' high level of mobilization, such a strategy would have been very costly, notably in terms of legitimacy. It was preferable to opt for a multiplication of other forms of contract and possibilities of derogation from the rules of common law, which remained unchanged, while on the other hand strengthening the rights of those with permanent contracts. This created the impression that new social gains were involved, whereas this legal form was becoming less and less attractive to firms given the other possibilities open to them. Displacements find their initial elements of legitimacy by exploiting differentials between the critical forces. Critique is not monolithic. Thus, we have identified two major critical registers that have pursued their course since the mid-19th century, in different forms and subject to variation, the social critique and the artistic critique. Depending upon the historical conjuncture, they join together or experience tension. In the introduction, we also saw that the critical emphasis could sometimes be placed on a test's nonconformity with the status order underlying it, and sometimes on actually challenging the test, in that it is based on principles of equivalence whose validity is rejected in the kind of situation with which this test is associated. Finally, critique is no more immutable than capitalism. It is displaced in accordance with procedures of extension to new subjects of anxiety as to the fair or unfair character of everyday situations. It can therefore be focused on moments that had not hitherto been formalized in terms of tests, engaging beings whose suffering or unjust condition had not been registered. 16. Given this plurality, and the fact that critiques are sometimes contradictory, it is possible for displacements in capitalism to answer some demands while circumventing the tests that are of the utmost importance for another aspect of critique. This has the effect of winning a section of the oppositional forces over to the displacements that are underway, and making changes difficult to reverse. In the period we have studied, it is fairly obvious that displacements in capitalism could not have come about so rapidly, or attained such scope, if they had not exploited the differential between the social critique and the artistic critique. As we have seen, one of the original features of the critical movement that developed in the second half of the 1960s and at the beginning of the 1970s was that it raised with the same intensity two sets of demands articulated by different groups, which were allies or rivals depending upon the circumstances. On the one hand, it demanded a reduction in exploitation and social inequalities, a consolidation of state mechanisms of security, and greater representation of wage earners in the state, that is to say, an extension of what we have called the civic-industrial compromise. On the other hand, it demanded an abolition of domestic forms of subordination and judgment, of justification and social control, not only outside the family, in firms, but also in the world of private relations, even, particularly with the anti-psychiatry movement, in the family. In order to circumvent the tests that the social critique had helped to toughen up, and wanted to strengthen further, a number of displacements used the artistic critique. Thus, for example, faced with the growing demand for autonomy in work, the most realistic and profitable response consisted not in trying to raise the level of control by increasing the weight of hierarchy and accounting mechanisms but, on the contrary, in reducing the length of chains of hierarchy and proceeding in the direction of satisfying libertarian-looking demands, which help to substitute self-control for external control. Translated into the terms of the artistic critique, autonomy, spontaneity, authenticity, self-fulfillment, creativity, life, many displacements could be interpreted, including by at least some of those who implemented them, as resulting from a recognition of the validity of the critical position by a capitalism that was finally enlightened, and whose openness and modernism conferred on it a novel legitimacy. This helped to mask the dismantling of the links between the world of work and the civic world. On the other hand, in order to eradicate domestic values from workplaces, New tests also had to be offered that did not refer to them, thus circumventing those established tests which relied on the recognition of hierarchical distances and personal dependencies or loyalties. As we have seen, circumvention of the tests that mattered for the social critique was also facilitated by changes affecting the autonomous history of critique when, at the end of the 1970s, and especially in the 1980s, the decay of the Communist Party assumed unprecedented proportions. This indirectly contributed to discrediting the social critique in the view of a large number of actors, because its modes of expression and the kinds of organization it had relied on now appeared to be irredeemably bound up with the rhetoric and bureaucracy of the PCF, and hence found themselves proscribed. For a time the artistic critique remained the only legitimate critique. If the artistic critique thus directly contributed to undoing the industrial domestic compromise that had been preserved in the previous period, it also served as a lever for uncoupling capitalism from the state. Focused on the exigency of liberation and the demand for authentic human relations, it equally helped, on the basis of a radical critique of that traditional institution par excellence, the family, to strengthen the anti-institutional dispositions of the protest forces, which could now direct their efforts to other subjects. Thus the artistic critique was directed towards criticism of that other weighty institution, the state. The social critique of the 1930s, which had contributed to the formation of the second spirit of capitalism, had taken the anarchic character of capitalism, dominated by private interests, as its main target. By way of remedy, it proposed planning and regulation under state auspices. The social circumstances of the 1960s and 1970s were quite different, since the demands of the earlier period had been partially satisfied, with the establishment in the post-war years of the Commissariat au Plan and, more generally, of the institutions of the welfare state. The 1960s were marked by gaullist dirigisme, and the strengthening of the links between state personnel and that of the major firms. This rapprochement occurred in tandem with an optimistic belief in the convergence of economic progress and social progress, which was supposed to bring about a waning of ideology in the face of increasing technical skills. This marked the zenith of the second spirit. Accordingly, rather than contrasting the deregulation of private capitalism with state planning, one of the ways in which the revival of the social critique occurred from the mid-1960s to the mid-1970s was precisely by taking as its target the coupling of the state and capitalism. Capitalism had dissolved into the state and enlisted the welfare state in its service, with the result that the social advances derived from an earlier configuration of critique no longer represented an obstacle to the revival of critique. In this new perspective, which broke with the statist progressivism of the post-war years, Renault, symbol of the great national firm, was basically no better than Peugeot, embodiment of the old family capitalism. But this new critique needed an external support other than liberalism, which was likewise opposed to unnatural alliances between state and market. It was to find it in the ultra-left, in the anti-authoritarian and anti-hierarchical tradition of the artistic critique which, set upon denouncing domination rather than exploitation, made it possible to merge in a single gesture a rejection of all institutions. Rather than being regarded as an instrument of protection against the domination of the strongest, and hence also exploitation, the state was thus denounced not only as a servant of capitalism, a critique that Marxism had directed at the liberal state from the outset, but also as a central apparatus of oppression and exploitation, either directly or by means of ideological state apparatuses, justice, cultural institutions, and especially schools and universities, according to Althusser's formula, oft repeated in the 1970s. We may thus advance the hypothesis that capitalism's displacements relied mainly on demands for liberation, not only to the extent that circumvention of the tests hitherto regarded as essential in itself generated a liberating effect, especially among new entrants, but also as a result of the embedding of an emancipatory project in capitalism. These factors rendered the artistic critique particularly suited to accompany and legitimate the displacements, at least in its historical formulations, which privilege liberation over authenticity. A displacement making use of a legitimacy derived from taking demands formulated in terms of justice into account seems less likely. For it would presuppose a heightened level of reflexivity, as well as a labor of categorization and codification, all of which takes time. Similarly, a response to demands for security seems difficult to deliver by means of a displacement, since such demands become established only when the risks associated with the new forms of freedom have been widely acknowledged. The neutralization of the critique of established tests under the impact of displacements. Capitalism's displacements, and the many changes in the most daily of mechanisms that accompanied them, help to disarm critique. On the one hand, they satisfied certain requirements articulated by one aspect of critique, without which, as we have seen, displacements would be more difficult and costly to implement. On the other hand, they baffled the critical forces attached to the defense of established tests. Displacements present critical forces with a world on which they have much less purchase, in the cognitive order, because they no longer know how to interpret it, and in the practical order, because they no longer know which mechanisms to attach themselves to in order to act on it. Displacements have the particular effect of transposing tests from situations where there is a comparative symmetry of purchase between the different partners to situations where purchase is distributed in highly asymmetrical fashion between the representatives of management and those of wage earners. The critique and critical apparatuses associated with an earlier state of forms of social selection actually have little purchase on the new tests, which have not been subject to a labor of recognition, institutionalization, and codification. Initially relying on well-tried normative forms, corresponding to earlier orders of legitimacy, denunciation, and rebellion consequently lag behind the state of the tests that have issued from displacements, and on this account can always be disqualified as conservative, reactionary and backward-looking. Many commentators thus disqualified the strikes or protest movements of recent years, which sought to base their legitimacy on the defense of public services, collective agreements, qualification grids, or systems of social protection. Working-class reactions to the rise of capitalist forms of exploitation in the 19th century likewise afford numerous examples of critique lagging behind, and its propensity to rely on outmoded forms to articulate resistance in periods of rapid change in modes of testing. Thus, as the meticulous analyses of William Sewell have shown, before 1848 it was primarily in the language of guilds, of the old solidarities of corporations, that French artisans and workers sought to interpret the deterioration in their condition accompanying industrialization, to formulate demands, and to establish mechanisms for mutual aid and protest, such as friendly societies or guild societies, organizational forms whose boundaries were blurred. It was only in the weeks that followed the July Revolution that they became clearly aware of the limitations of their idiom, and that they undertook to fashion a new language by means of a creative adaptation of the rhetoric of the French Revolution 17, notably by beginning to make a pejorative use, hitherto unknown, of the terms exploit, exploiter, and exploitation. Critical mechanisms are established with difficulty, at the cost of great sacrifices and with a delay, in an isomorphic relation with the institutions on which they are intended to have some purchase. This isomorphism is, in a way, the condition of their effectiveness. They thus find themselves caught unawares by any rapid change in the modes of organization and forms of justification of the world to which they had to stick closely in order to become a party. Mass trade unionism was thus established from the standpoint of the large firm, at once in opposition to and in tune with the bourgeois values of order, work, and progress, coinciding with the major industrial concentrations of planned capitalism in its fascination with bureaucratic forms of administration. But when the people one is addressing are no longer concentrated in vast workshops in close physical proximity, no longer have the same official status, are not legally dependent upon the same employers, are caught up in chains of constraints such that their own survival depends on their ability to transfer the constraint onto others, who are possibly weaker, then it becomes very difficult to stage mobilizations on the basis of highlighting proximity in work, similarity of condition, and solidarity between workers. For the same reasons, the calculation centers on which critique could rely to challenge the employer's justifications, or make counter-proposals, have likewise become ineffective. In fact, the reasons why capitalism's displacements lead to critical mechanisms losing their purchase are not only organizational in kind, but also, and inseparably, have to do with accounting. Among the numerous asymmetries that place wage earners in a weak position vis-a-vis managements, one of the main ones stems from the ability to define accounting parameters and orchestrate them into calculation centers. To use Bruno Latour's phrase, point 18, the management of firms has a quasi-monopoly on this. Accounting frameworks, in which forces are converted into money, consequently represent one of the main subjects of dispute between capital and labor. Point 19. Critical mechanisms succeed in influencing the accounting framework only at the cost of considerable struggle and, albeit to a very unequal degree, depending on the country and the state's role in regulating social relations, by taking the form of a generally valid legal change. This requires them to find allies in the state, or exert sufficient pressure on it. Yet this already presupposes that the critical bodies possess calculation centers independent of those over which directorates and management exercise their power. The establishment of such alternative calculation centers is long and costly, the information is difficult to gather and to verify. Its collection therefore has to rely on observers who are differently placed and in a position to make concurrent reports, so as to construct a general picture, and on mechanisms for supervising the way tests unfold on the ground. A test might formally conform to the rules while contravening them in practice, if no one is there to verify the relation between the test on paper, in the report on it made by management, and what actually transpired. One of the most obvious effects of the displacements has been to render the supervision of tests on the ground much more difficult. And it has also made the accumulation of data formatted in such a way that it can be published in a reliable, convincing framework much more difficult. The introduction of the welfare state cannot be dissociated from the establishment of new accounting mechanisms that make it possible to employ the notion of value added, and facilitate calculation at a national level, as well as in the case of each firm, of the wages/profits division. But the fragmentation of large, integrated firms into groups of small firms calling on numerous subcontracting services has made this accounting framework less effective. The multiplication of small calculation centers has thus had the effect of obscuring the major divisions made over the whole of a production line. The breaking up of capital into separate legal entities has in fact proceeded in tandem with the preservation of a high level of integration of the structure of information on the managerial side. Point 20. For wage earners, in contrast, the available information has become dispersed and the horizon restricted to the direct unit of integration, which is legally the direct employer, but without any decision-making autonomy. This situation explains why we have introduced into the mechanisms of the projective city those that aim to combine all the components of a network into an identifiable whole. Similarly, it may be held that the accounting framework is likewise no longer appropriate for financial institutions, as a result of the invention of derivative products that resemble so many displacements. For one of their advantages, and by no means the least of them, for banks subject to the Cook ratio is that they represent so many off-balance sheet commitments, which consequently escape supervision. Such is the information deficit on the markets that no one is in a position precisely to evaluate the general risk that these new financial products entail for the global economy, in particular as a result of commitments that far exceed the creditworthiness of the signatories. The development by large firms of branches abroad has also had the effect of giving them a kind of invisibility and greatly complicating the attribution of responsibility to bodies represented by readily identifiable persons, the anticipation and identification of strategic decisions, and the traceability of their effects. Once in train, the displacements also contribute to dismantling critique by mere virtue of the fact that they render it ineffective, which discredits bodies invested with a counterpower in the view of the very people who expected defense and protection from them. As the displacements occur, those who do not follow, who do not understand, for whom nothing works anymore, but who still place their trust in the established tests, are amazed, distressed, or wax indignant. The effects of this indignation are transferred onto the supervised tests of status that have now been rendered obsolete, and onto their critical mechanisms inasmuch as they continue to credit them with an importance they no longer possess. This is how, at least in part, the decline of trade unionism over recent years is to be understood. Still focused on the key tests of a system of industrial relations that has been circumvented and outflanked on all sides, trade unionism loses its credibility, including among wage earners. This then seems to confirm the view of those who regard it as now nothing more than the corporatist instrument of a small category of the privileged at work, cut off from the real world, the world as it is, the world such as it has become. Critique is less mobile than capitalism. Critical bodies do not possess the initiative of displacement. They have weak calculating centers. Their mode of action is direct, through strikes or a refusal to work, but also, and above all, indirect, by means of the law, which imparts a certain inertia to them. Reliance on the law to defend the interests of the weakest stamps the critical organizations with a kind of conservatism that is alien to capitalism. The recovery of accumulation and the redeployment of capitalism. The displacement of tests, the dismantling of critique, and the establishment of a new, asymmetrically distributed purchase on the world, these open up the opportunity for a recovery of accumulation and a restoration of profits. In circumventing the most categorized and supervised tests, capitalist accumulation emancipates itself from the fetters imposed on it by the constraint of the common good. We see this process at work in the 1980s when, under the cover of a discourse on the crisis, the forms of the capitalist universe were reorganized at the same time as accumulation picked up again, which increased the share of profits in the distribution of value added. The destructive effects of displacements and the imperilment of capitalism itself. Liberation from the constraints of the common good hitherto imposed by the prevailing spirit of capitalism, while it favors an unfettered resumption of accumulation, also has destructive effects. There is a strong chance that an unsupervised capitalism could be the source of different types of disaster, inequalities, unemployment, illness caused by work or by defective consumer products, and so on. Released from control, without constraints, capitalism knows no criteria except the private interests of the strongest, and has no reason to take account of the general interest. No invisible hand now intervenes to guide it when the institutions and agreements without which the market cannot function collapse. Point 21. Such historical moments, which may legitimately be characterized as revolutionary, are marked by profound alterations in the social world. Some groups disappear, while others form. Displacement of the tests brings sudden changes in social conditions, various worlds collapse, families break up, professions disappear, districts empty out, people leave, are ruined, commit suicide, fall into a decline, lose all their resources, while other actors, hitherto regarded as not being up to much, enjoy dazzling success. 19th century literature has described all this 100 times, haunted as it was by the effects, simultaneously mysterious and unbelievably destructive, associated with the development of industry and the rise of the liberal credo. Point 22. The prevailing circumstances of the 1990s were likewise marked by the coexistence of a revived capitalism and a social world where the growth of inequalities, unemployment, poverty, uncertainty about the future, and difficulty in making sense of the present brought about a profound demoralization, whose expressions can be seen at work in the indicators of anomie. Such a development, characterized by a disjunction between a growth in profits to the benefit of a limited number of people and an accumulation of problems that were sources of despondency for a majority of others, harbors a risk for capitalism. The risks run by capitalism if its functioning is not once again framed by constraints established with reference to various external requirements of the common good are of several sorts. First and foremost, they involve the possibility of people disengaging. Even if it is temporarily stimulated by the surge in speculative profits, the accumulation process cannot proceed without the active participation of the greatest possible number of actors, mobilized either as workers or creators of new products, or as consumers, or as investors whose confidence can be maintained only if they reckon themselves sufficiently protected from systemic risks. For although it represents its own norm, in order to proceed, accumulation must, and this is its paradox, be deeply embedded in a social fabric that it is forever tearing apart when the logic it follows operates outside of any external control. This disengagement, however, is likely to affect different categories of wage earners unequally, depending on the advantages they might derive from the reorganization of capitalism. Thus, cotters, from whom a high level of commitment was invariably demanded, can subscribe for a fairly extended period to a mode of operation which, in prioritizing entrepreneurial skills, offers them, especially when they are young, rather exciting prospects in terms of personal development. And this is the case even if, in a number of instances, their present condition is predominantly characterized by an increased workload, without compensation in terms of wages. On the other hand, there is a risk that cotters today will be less attentive to the damage done by managerial practices than their predecessors were, in the forms of capitalism associated with the second spirit. With the autonomization of the units for which they are responsible, systemic constraints weigh on them more directly. Moreover, since they have fewer hierarchical responsibilities, and exercise direct control over subordinates less often on a face-to-face basis, but take on financial, design or sales responsibilities increasingly frequently, they are less subject to demands for justification. Yet even in their case, especially when it comes to wage earners with less autonomy, current levels of engagement, which, taken at face value, might seem high, derive from forces and mechanisms whose effects might very well diminish with time. These forces are, in the first instance, of the order of constraints, in particular, the constraint imposed by unemployment. But with the demoralization that it is bound to create, fear of unemployment risks ultimately inducing withdrawal. This may take the form either of retirement from the labor market and a retreat into not very lucrative activities situated outside the commodity sphere, or of a psychological withdrawal at work, entailing forms of resistance 23 that are comparable, although they will certainly take different forms, to the breaking processes which represented one means of resistance to Taylorism. Moreover, many of the social technologies on which the engagement of human beings at work currently relies require workers to be replenished and the young to be recruited. Now, if the very rigor of the selection process at first glance constitutes a factor of engagement, the aspirations created by the sense of election can only be disappointed in the more or less long term, when, in the absence of a career, the happy chosen few realize that it is very difficult for them to improve their starting conditions. It is therefore very possible that resistance will be transformed into active protest, open revolt, individual or collective, depending upon the state of the critical organizations, or even into violence, of a sufficiently high level to fetter production. A second type of risk derives from the dealignment of capitalism and the state introduced by the displacements. Capitalism has never been able to survive without relying on the state, and it cannot do so today either. It is political power, for example, that guarantees respect for property rights. It is the state that possesses the means of coercion which ensure respect, certainly for the recognized rights of workers, but also for the interests of firms and the contracts they sign. The current crisis of the state is to be closely associated with recent developments in capitalism. In effect, one of the means by which capitalism emerged from the crisis that threatened it in the 1970s was to transfer responsibility for the damage and risks entailed by the accumulation process onto the state and, consequently, to increase the insurance role of the state as payer of last resort. This applies to unemployment, deterioration in the health of casualized workers, the increased insecurity bound up with the development of illegal markets 24, but also, in other respects, to industrial and environmental risks. The welfare state already represented a kind of last resort for capitalism. On the other hand, however, it had at its disposal means of imposing significant constraints upon the forms of accumulation, such that the complementary character of capitalism and the state could be relatively balanced. It was this balance that was called into question when capitalism recaptured a margin of maneuver and put itself in a position to escape the coercive power of the state in large measure. This dynamic was based upon the deregulation of financial markets, which reduced the margin of financial maneuver possessed by states, and on the developing internationalization of large firms. The establishment of new network forms of organization renders firms more flexible, and much less fragile than large national firms were and states still are. 25 Thus, in a large number of countries, we witness the development of a capitalism that is increasingly powerful and autonomous with respect to states which are ever weaker, containing a minority of citizens who are flourishing and a growing number of people in difficulty. The impoverishment brought about by capitalism's displacements constitutes another risk factor, in the shape of a reduction in consumption, or the development of criminal activities presenting opportunities for enrichment no longer offered by capitalism. A capitalism that is no longer accompanied by an increase in the standard of living, especially of the poorest, loses its credibility. It can still rely on a promise of emancipation. But satisfaction of the demand for emancipation equally takes the form of goods, and hence the distribution of purchasing power. In these conditions, the construction of a new spirit of capitalism becomes necessary not only from a humanist viewpoint, in order to limit the suffering produced by an unbridled capitalism, but also from a standpoint that is, as it were, internal to the accumulation process, whose continuation it is a question of ensuring. However, the risks run by an unconstrained capitalism are mitigated by converse mechanisms, the main one being the constant entry of new actors as consumers or as producers, whose expectations have not yet been disappointed. These factors make it difficult to foresee a point of no return, beyond which the very pursuit of the accumulation process would find itself in question. The existence of a reserve army, available in the Third World, the emerging countries or the ex-communist countries, favors the displacements and revival of capitalism. For despite the despondency or rebellion of those whose hopes have been disappointed, others can always be found to embark on the adventure in their turn. As for insecurity, to take another example, its consequences for the functioning of capitalism can always be limited by inscribing networks in the materiality of the territory. Such is the case when protected residential districts are linked by means of private roads to office towers kept under close surveillance, from which capital can be moved around and the world acted on from a distance, or again, when closed-off luxury tourist paradises, under the protection of paramilitary brigades, in poverty-stricken islands in the West Indies are linked to the rest of the world by private airports. The tolerance of the privileged for the decaying of public spaces can thus extend quite a long way. The example of the interwar period in Europe indicates, however, that the continuation of the capitalist order is not necessarily inevitable, and that crises and political changes can occur which are so radical that the assets accumulated and the economic goods required for the pursuit of accumulation are endangered. The role of critique in the identification of dangers. The dangers capitalism runs when it can deploy itself unconstrained, destroying the social substratum on which it thrives, have a palliative in its ability to listen to criticism. No doubt this is the main factor in its robustness since the 19th century. The critical function, which has no place within the capitalist firm, where regulation is supposed to be performed exclusively by competition, can be exercised only from without. Hence it is critical movements that inform capitalism about the dangers threatening it. Their role is made all the more necessary by capitalism's tendency to elude market regulation and hence regulation by competition, which is expressed today by the construction of networks. But this type of regulation through conflict occurs at a very high price, predominantly paid by those who take responsibility for critique and lend it their voices. Critique is all the more likely to be taken into account when capitalism's response cannot simply consist in flight, by moving to countries where the level of criticism is lower. The argument of the border, used by Sombart to explain why socialism had not developed in the United States, and according to which the transition to the status of farmer in the virgin lands of the American West absorbed the most oppositional working class elements, is also valid for capitalism itself, which is prompted to listen to criticism only when it is impossible simply to flee it. 26 It will be noted, however, that the brakes on relocation are not only physical. They can also take the form of loyalty and, in the case of states, regions, or local communities, an attachment that can tend to discourage flight, and consequently favor taking account of criticism. Given the significance in neo-capitalism of the requirement of mobility, and the constant efforts by the different parties to offload the burden of economic activities onto less mobile actors who will bear all the risk, it may be thought that at the end of the 20th century the capitalist firms controlled from France are less disposed to listen to criticism than they are in other places where collective values are stronger, or were during periods of the development of the productive apparatus and the domestic market. The price to be paid by critique for making itself heard is liable to be all the higher. Even so, capitalism's reflexivity can be counted on to enable it to register the danger signals that are sent to it. It is in fact equipped with mechanisms of vigilance other than automatic market reflexes, bodies which supervise and orchestrate the market so that prices contain maximum information, calculation centers that provide information on the state of critique, or coordinating bodies. Employers' organizations, think tanks, management works, as well as the consultants who circulate organizational innovations, these act as so many coordinating bodies. As for calculation centers, it is sometimes those pertaining to critique that set off the alarm signals. Thus, in the 1970s, the sociology of work, trade unionism, and social classes was denounced from leftist positions, on the grounds that its main role was supposedly to inform bodies linked to the employers about the state of critique and, by providing expert information on wage earners, to further the establishment of mechanisms for supervising and setting people to work. In Chapter 3, we saw that such a criticism was partially valid, even if the sociology of work has also made a significant contribution to the formulation of the critique of capitalism. The way capitalism takes account of criticism therefore depends on the character of the various bodies that make it possible to reduce the tension between the interests of entrepreneurs insofar as they engage in competition and their interests inasmuch as they are united behind the functioning of the system as a whole. The change over time in the main concerns of groups or bodies like employers' federations and study circles, the OECD, the Trilateral Commission, the G7, and so on, is an excellent indicator of the efforts made by the reflexive bodies of the capitalist world to respond to criticism, either by integrating it or by dismissing it, which, even so, obliges them to construct justifications. At the international level, recent years have thus seen a proliferation of studies intended to invalidate any role of globalization in the decline in wages in the most industrialized countries, and to develop a concern with environmental risks and the protection of investments. These are so many risks that have been taken on by capitalism's coordinating bodies, and on which they are working. This does not mean that they are in a position to identify them on their own, still less to resolve them. The fact that capitalism hears the criticism does not, however, mean that it responds in concrete terms by changing its modus operandi. The initial reaction might simply consist in establishing arguments intended to dismiss criticism, rather than studying measures to amend the process it challenges. The revival of critique. Through its displacements, capitalism reorganizes itself, emancipating itself from critique. But the advantage thus secured consists in gaining time, not in a definitive victory. Even ignoring factors on the side of critique that favor its durability, the destructive effects of an unconstrained capitalism by themselves create a favorable terrain for the revival of critique. And this is so even if the moment and manner of the reversal depend upon the historical conjuncture and, consequently, are unpredictable, so that its manifestation is invariably greeted as a surprise invalidating the predictions and projections of specialists in the future. We have seen how a kind of distressed astonishment, quickly transformed into indignation, was the response at the end of the 1980s and in the 1990s to the destructive effects of an evolution presented in the first half of the 1980s as simultaneously inevitable, because it was imposed by forces that were irrepressible and external to any political volition, and desirable, because it was orientated, all things considered, but in the long run, in the direction of progress. The resumption of critique often occurs in the first instance from an anachronic position, by judging the present in the light of ideals that proved themselves in the past. More precisely, critique then takes the form of a conservative defense of the established tests that earlier social movements had helped to make stricter. In a second stage, faced with the seemingly ineluctable character of this inversion in orders of status, critical vigilance is directed towards a search for the reasons for such a phenomenon, that is to say, more precisely, towards the identification of the new tests and the hidden surplus forces ensuring success. Gradually, interpretative schemas are reconstructed that make it possible to make sense of the changes that are underway, paving the way for a more precise critique of the new tests and the formulation of demands and proposals whose horizon is justice. Following the silence of the 1980s, the kind of social critique that tended to resurface in France at the beginning of the 1990s is thus not a direct logical extension of the 1970s critique, inspired in the main by Marxism, at least, not in its rhetorical methods. As for its most original aspects, it relies on the humanitarian movement that developed at the turn of the 1980s and 1990s, and also on the thematic of citizenship and rights, in part inspired by radical Anglo-American thought, itself liberal in inspiration, which stresses an imperative of non-discrimination in access to those public goods that are regarded as basic, more than it does equality. Given the deconstruction of the forms of critique that had dominated the 1970s and the waning, even discrediting, of a number of the apparatuses that had provided its basis, critique was able to discover a new lease of life only in a sort of direct relationship with suffering. 27 In a period like the second half of the 1980s, marked by the arrival in positions of power of a number of critical actors from the 1970s, and by their social success in many spheres, from the academy to the media or even enterprise, reconstruction of a credible critique 28 in effect took the form of a relative refusal of discourse, particularly theoretical discourse, in favor of a direct engagement with those most profoundly affected by the destructive impact of capitalism's displacements. This shift from a stance dominated by solidarity with the suffering of others, even by charity, to a stance of protest and struggle had already been witnessed in the case of the formation of the workers' movement in the second half of the 19th century, especially in Great Britain. This movement was constructed largely on the basis of friendly societies, cultural education associations, or even societies aiming at a moralization of behavior. Moreover, the intensification of social conflict in the years 1870 to 90 was to lead to police supervision of these associations, and often their proscription, in Great Britain, France, and Germany. 29. The search for new interpretative schemas was conducted together with the representatives of firms, consultants, and those responsible for training the people who already worked there or would soon join them. They cannot retain their credibility for very long if they do not offer a map of the new world. Thus, normative discourses and critical analyses gradually converged on the metaphor of the network which, although initially developed in complete autonomy from the capitalist process, found itself mobilized by it. On what remained of the civic, industrial and domestic, industrial compromise was established the kind of world that we have dubbed connectionist, rather than a market strictly speaking. Here, the network not only became a key support for connecting people in the labor market 30 but was also the best metaphor for representing the condition that the social world seemed to be headed for. This was especially true in countries like France, which had no liberal tradition and did not possess enough of a liberal idiom to establish a coherent, justifiable interpretation of the changes over the last 30 years on such a basis. If critique shares much of the representation of the world derived from capitalism's displacements with its representatives, its vocation is to point to what is unjust in this new world, that is to say, for example, how those who succeed in it possess more goods and resources than they would deserve in a just world, or how those who fail in it did not have the same chances of success at the outset. Critique's specific contribution is similar to a theory of exploitation tailored to the new world, which makes it possible to link the good fortune of the great men to the misfortune of the little people, and to instill in the former a sense of responsibility for the lot of the less privileged. In the absence of this link made by critique, it is not clear how a different world could be achieved that is less destructive of human destinies. The difficulties in constructing such a theory of exploitation are especially significant today, as a result of the de-individualization of capitalism. Already appreciable in the case of managerial capitalism, they are exacerbated by the importance of impersonal capital and by the increase in the number of small shareholders. Even if the number of those who exercise controlling power over financial circuits is still just as limited, the discretion of these servants of a system whose professionals they are, and the proliferation of middlemen make it difficult to pinpoint the adversary, that is to say, those who are ultimately responsible for the misery of the most deprived. The revival of critique accompanies, but always after some delay, the appearance of new kinds of protest mechanisms more attuned to the emergent forms of capitalism, in accordance with the principle that critique, in seeking to be effective, tends to become isomorphic with the objects it is applied to. This is the way to interpret the new movements, such as the coordinations of the late 1980s, or droitsdevant, AC, droit au logement, and so on, that sprang up in France in the 1990s, and which, in a break with the established forms of the workers' movement, developed by relying on schemas, particularly the figure of the network, that also underlay the new managerial regime that emerged in the 1980s. It might also be thought that the growing importance of multinational firms, of practices of direct relocation or relocation via the development of subcontracting, as well as the increasing interdependence of economic policies, would revive designs to internationalize critical movements, which faded in the post-war decades dominated by Keynesian policies within the framework of nation-states. The lagging of critique behind capitalism is still patent here. Capitalism internationalizes itself more readily and rapidly than the movements opposed to it, whose unification presupposes a prolonged, arduous effort to create parity between the forms of classification with which people identify and the values that set them in motion. In phases of reorganization, the revival of critique is made more difficult by the fact that changes in capitalism have undermined the justifications which served as a mobilizing basis in an earlier state. The kinds of justification associated with the form taken by the spirit of capitalism in the preceding period are in crisis, without a new spirit having as yet fully materialized. Capitalist accumulation has indeed revived, but at the price of a legitimacy deficit. At the same time, deprived of the grounds and incentives that hitherto sustained their participation in the accumulation process and the pursuit of profit, a growing number of people find themselves plunged into a state of dissatisfaction and anxiety, which predisposes them to be receptive to critique. The construction of new mechanisms of justice. When it exerts sufficient pressure, the revival of critique leads to the creation of new normative fulcra with which capitalism must compromise. This compromise asserts itself in the expression of a new form of the spirit of capitalism which, like those preceding it, contains exigencies of justice and which, in order to sustain its claims to legitimacy, must rely on very general orders of justification, which we have identified under the name of cities. If new mechanisms of justice are to be established, and test procedures are to be respected, an external force is required, law, backed up by an apparatus of coercion that has hitherto belonged to states. In other words, the possibility of capitalism constraining itself does not depend only on the force of critique. It also depends on the force of the states on which it is reliant, ensuring that those responsible for its functioning are bound to their promise of self-restriction, and respect contractual provisions that involve not only the interests of the parties, but also the common good. Influenced by the revival of the social critique in the mid-1990s, a number of mechanisms are being discussed, whose implementation would, in all likelihood, render the connectionist world less unjust. It might likewise be thought that a responsible public policy would be to help ensure the conditions of possibility for critique to exercise such vigilance, by allowing those who suffer most from the new conditions to be represented in political debate, and subsidizing independent centers of calculation able to construct and diffuse data about the effects of the dramatic change in the world in the sphere of neo-capitalism. The need for reliable information on the behavior of multinationals, on the situation of the poorest in the developed countries and the Third World, on infringements of people's liberty and dignity produced by the commodification of everything, is felt more keenly than ever. 31 Over the last 30 years, such independent centers have, despite their feeble resources, played a vital role in the constitution of new rights. 32 The formation of cities. Depending on the historical conjuncture, that is to say, depending on the direction taken by earlier displacements and the nature of the tests that are to be limited and justified, the establishment of new mechanisms of justice might be able to base itself upon the formation of new types of compromise between already established cities, deployed in arguments and inscribed in the world of objects. Alternatively, it will have to be established and backed up by the formulation of new cities and their inscription in new mechanisms. Inasmuch as new tests that cannot be described in the evaluative topics used hitherto have emerged, and new forms of exploitation have become apparent, the need to establish a different evaluative topic, a new city, has made itself felt. It is thus that we have been led to model the projective city to account for the quite specific forms of justice that seem to us to be in the process of being established, in order to impart meaning and justice to everything in the world which refers to connectionist arrangements and which, in the absence of the formation of the city, cannot be controlled in terms of justice. Cities are metaphysical political entities 33 which, by the same token as cultures or languages, have a historical existence, and can therefore be situated in time and space. Accordingly, it is relevant to grasp them in their lifespan, their evolution, from the moment of their formation, via their entrenchment in mechanisms, objects, and law, up to their recession. 34 At a given historical moment, a form of existence is identified and generalized in such a way as to serve as a support for a definition of the common good and a criterion for judgments about the value of beings, according to the contribution they make to the good of all thus conceived. Even when they are grasped synchronically, at a given moment in time, cities consequently bear the trace of the period when the form of existence that each of them takes as a model and evaluative criterion was autonomized and prioritized as such. Take, for example, the commercial city. Commercial activities, which possess a universal character, obviously precede the emergence of legitimate justifications based on the market. For the market to serve as a yardstick of a form of the common good, commercial activity must be regarded as valid in itself, not simply for the contribution it might make to status in other worlds. Such an autonomization is furthered if people emerge whose activity is sufficiently specialized and equipped with specific mechanisms and objects, whose relations are sufficiently dense, and whose social role is sufficiently important for their form of existence to be subject to a collective labor of stylization and justification. For example, it is difficult to envisage the formation of a justification grounded in the market without an exceptional growth in commercial activities, and in the number and power of merchants relative to the other classes in society. Thus it was that the journeymen who extricated themselves from the power of the guilds in Paris at the end of the 18th century, to set themselves up as independent workers in the suburbs, developed arguments of a new type to defend themselves against the charge, leveled at them by the masters, that outside guild discipline there would be nothing to protect the quality of work. The justifications developed by the artisans, who knew nothing of what was in the process of becoming, under the name of political economy, the moral science of the market, referred to the commercial character of their activity, to the competition engaged in by manufacturers of the same products, to the freedom of choice enjoyed by buyers, and to their effect on quality, prices, and so on. Commercial activity thus achieves a dignity of its own by becoming autonomous vis-a-vis the principles of a domestic morality. 35 A city thus has a chance of being established when a group of actors, relying on a stable world of mechanisms and objects, sees its power consolidated, in such a way that its members feel that they are in a position to demand exclusive recognition, and pride themselves on a specific contribution to the common good, without having to assert or even excuse the strength acquired in the sphere they excel in by undertaking other, more acceptable virtuous activities. They can then seek to elaborate for themselves, and get others to recognize, a value, a status, which specifically defines the way they have a grip on the world, and give it a moral dimension. It is only then that the work of theoretical formulation is carried out which makes it possible to extend the validity of the values thus identified, and make them the basis for a new form of common good. To put it in the language of de la justification, worlds precede cities. And this is so even if the dynamic leading up to the formation of a city may be understood, somewhat in the logic of the hermeneutic circle, as a moment in a process of reflexivity whereby a certain form of existence acquires a meaning, and a certain world equips itself with a coherence and a style. Thus, to return to the subject of our study, the development of a connectionist world preceded the definition of a projective city. Conception of the mechanisms relevant to a projective city has found support among professionals in mediation, who have proliferated in these last 10 years, especially those of them who have developed an activity, whether paid or unpaid, professional or voluntary, as social integration intermediaries, employing techniques that call on network logic. These professionals, who are often led to adopt a reflexive stance on their own activity because they are confronted with the requirement to justify it by relying on an ethic of mediation that is still in gestation, certainly make an especially significant contribution to constructing the conventions on which a projective city rests, and to their entrenchment in reproducible mechanisms. More generally, it might be thought that actors' specialization in a certain kind of activity is an important element in the formation of a new city. Think, for example, of engineers for the industrial city, or of state administrators for the civic city. The formation of a city can be described at the most general level by the gradual transition to a regime of categorization. This process is a collective enterprise of regulation of the new tests of strength, derived from a more or less coordinated set of displacements, to which legitimacy constraints are then applied. A new city thus has a chance of being established only in historical circumstances where an increase in the speed and number of displacements brings about significant social changes. In this sense, the formation of a new city might equally, and just as validly, be regarded as an operation legitimating a new world and the new forms of inequality or exploitation on which it is based, and as an enterprise aiming to make this world more just by reducing the level of exploitation that it tolerates and, consequently, limiting the profits that those whom it favors can expect. Once a city is established, a more ordered world, comprising great men and little people, replaces a chaotic universe, with its strong and its weak. Cities are thus simultaneously operators of justification and critical operators. On the one hand, each city serves as a fulcrum for criticizing tests organized in accordance with the logic of a different city. On the other, each displays a critical orientation directed against the bad practices of the specific world containing the reality tests that are pertinent from the standpoint of the city itself. Thus, the projective city serves at once to criticize industrial or civic arrangements that are deemed insufficiently flexible, and to point out those features of the connectionist world that do not conform to the justice which this world claims as its own. For example, the projective city orchestrates denunciation of the fact that some project head has appropriated the reputation connected with the success of his project wholesale, and has not bothered about the re-engagement in other projects of his collaborators, whose employability he has even reduced by exploiting their skills without seeking to have them acquire others. Hence the city appears as a self-referential critical mechanism, internal to and immanent in a world that is in the process of coming into being, and must limit itself if it is to last. One of the key characteristics of the order of cities is that it puts limits on the strength of the strong and declares them to be great only if they internalize these limits and observe them. In the domestic world, for example, the great king or good father is primarily he who does not abuse his generational strength, who demonstrates his fairness in the way he treats his sons, who does not abuse them, who limits competition with and between them, who does not seek to destroy them in order to preserve his power. And the same goes for sons in their competition with fathers for the appropriation of women. This is the price to be paid if a domestic world is to endure, if an order is to be based on it, if a common good is to be established. And similarly, the establishment of a civic order, on the basis of the beings known to a political world, assumes that the strong one, whose asset is a capital made up of human beings, does not abuse his strength, which in this case is his capacity to obtain submission, that he employs it not by means of fear but of consent, that he does not behave like a tyrant, and so on. For an order based wholly on fear is not destined to last. And likewise, the strong one in an inspired world, where the assets are the powers of the beyond, must not seek to control them in such a way as to place them entirely in his own service. For were they to be unbridled, unchecked, they would destroy the very thing they give him power over. And so on and so forth. In the current period, the constitution of a projective city takes responsibility for legitimating the tests that are effective in a connectionist world, and justifying the new forms of success and failure specific to this world. Thus, the new tests should be validated in all their generality while being subject to constraints. This would limit the level of exploitation. For all that, this possibility is only one of the outcomes that can be envisaged for the ideological crisis of capitalism. Another possibility, which cannot be excluded either, is increasing degradation in the conditions of existence of the greatest number, rising social inequality, and the generalization of a kind of political nihilism. But in the event of the construction of a new spirit of capitalism, and its entrenchment in enduring mechanisms, the realism of this ideological formation and its mobilizing power will depend largely upon the pertinence and intensity of the pressures that critique has proved able to exert on the order or, to be more precise, the disorder that characterizes current forms of capitalist accumulation. Postscript. Sociology contra fatalism. We cannot tell, from the preceding analysis, whether capitalism will be induced to set limits to itself, or whether its untrammelled expansion will continue, with the attendant destructive effects. We believe we have shown that the answer to this question depends upon the action of those engaged in the tests of the present, and especially on the energy they put into liberating the force of critique, whose key role, including a negative one, when it is silent, we have observed. We hope we have contributed to reviving critique and to reopening the paths that it is liable to take, not only by showing that its action is real, but also by trying to present a panorama of capitalist displacements that might provide a fulcrum for reconstructing critical forces. In so doing, our aim is to give the lie to fatalistic discourses that there will be no reason not to believe if nothing changes. Arguably, no period has sacrificed so much to the belief in action without a subject as these last 15 years, which were nevertheless often credited with the return of the subject. But the subject in question was an individual agent, not a subject of history. The subject of the economists was rational, completely taken up with his own affairs, absorbed, in particular, in the task of maximizing his individual interests. Such a perspective encourages fatalism about possible developments. From the standpoint of this anthropology, the only measures that may be deemed realistic are those which act on individual behavior through changes in incentives. They exclude changes of format liable to alter the stakes to which the behavior of actors is habituated. Sensible experts will thus hold that a thorough review of taxation, labor law, and ways of controlling financial circuits is unrealistic. For such measures presuppose winners and losers, and hence a challenge to interests liable, according to them, to block reforms, so that this obstacle could be overcome only by arresting the democratic process. They forget that representations, which depend upon the available instruments of interpretation, have at least as much influence as personal interests on how people vote politically. Moreover, the way these interests are understood also depends on the available interpretative frameworks, whether these are derived from widely diffused theories or regulatory or accounting mechanisms. Theories indicate what an interest is, and mechanisms reveal them by putting them to the test. According to René Girard, interest no more possesses the privilege of transparency than desire. It must be pointed out in order to be recognized. Furthermore, it is at the very least hasty, and possibly even inappropriate, to characterize it as individual. Its recognition by individuals in fact depends on the way in which they identify with groups by means of a labor of categorization and creation of equivalence that is collective and historical from start to finish. Thus it was that for something to be determined as an individual interest of cottars, each taken separately, the category of cottars had to be constructed as such by a whole historical labor of comparison, inclusion, and exclusion, and also of institutionalization, to give the category substance. Point 1. As for the orientation of this individual interest, given as being necessarily egotistical, it too depends upon the frameworks it is inscribed in. This is demonstrated by the development of altruistic behavior when individuals are offered causes, presenting themselves as if from without. These supply a goal for individuals' desire for self-fulfillment, an aim they cannot discover alone and for themselves. The subject of social philosophy has also been depicted for us in the guise of inevitability, the rise of individualism, last of the meta-narratives to have survived the rejection of philosophies of history. If a rise in individualism over the last 15 years is indeed plausible, is it not manifestly the result, not of some evolutionary process that nothing could check, but of the deconstruction of groupings that formed the basis for people's ability to enroll in collective perspectives, and pursue what was recognized as the common good? These groupings, where people encountered one another physically and found themselves coming together on the basis of certain shared characteristics, and which offered a whole range of levels of participation, from simple attendance at meetings to full-time activist commitment, functioned as so many sites where the collective was constructed. Today, however, these sites are in such a state of decay that, shut in on themselves as it were, the only alternatives they offer are sceptical indifference or total commitment, which is rapidly disqualified as dogmatism. This has considerably increased the cost of membership and contributed to creating a prevalent sense of impotence, abandonment, and isolation, conveyed, inter alia, by the indicators of anomie. The legitimating effect that is bound to have been produced by the presentation of this rise of individualism, abundantly reiterated in numerous works, articles, table talk, and television screens, should also be mentioned. There too, it was easy to recognize individual interests as the only real ones once the social world had been stripped of the institutions on which the possibility of collective affiliations and futures depended. We could pursue a discussion of the doubts, even the malaise, that are bound to arise from close scrutiny of the various fashionable analyses of the present situation, deriving from different perspectives and identifying, in particular, with economic science. The various models that the paradigm of the rational actor enables us to construct, which can obviously sometimes also be pressed into the service of a critical analysis of the contemporary capitalist world, are just as often vitiated by extreme schematism. This translates into seeking a single, totalizing cause for the changes that have affected capitalism and the societies it is embedded in over the last 30 years, be it the competition of low-wage countries, globalization, or technological innovation. Yet in placing all the emphasis on a determination operating, as it were, in accordance with an immanent logic, and holistically, the only conceivable interventions are either so radical, or pursued at such a high level that they seem unrealistic in the short term or worse than the evil they purport to ward off. The same can be said of another image, complexity, which, while it is not strictly compatible with the preceding one, is nevertheless to be found associated with it in certain documents. For if everything is so imbricated, inextricable and multifactorial that it is impossible to untangle the skein of causes and effects, we are condemned to the same impotence. Moreover, we believe that there is no point looking for a single solution, or even a small number of solutions, which is frustrating for those who would like to build a campaign on the basis of one or two simple ideas, but that it is definitely more effective to create a multiplicity of changes that might seem small-scale from some overarching, grandiose viewpoint. If, in the space of 30 years, capitalism has been able to undergo such a transformation by exploiting minor displacements, is it not possible to employ the same tactic to revolutionize the world of work once more, but this time in the direction of greater justice and respect for what gives life its authenticity? Thus critique would have to be able to root itself once again in the local mechanisms it has gradually been driven out of. Only that which is practiced can be well known. Critique will become realistic once again, and consequently effective, at the price of this reinscription in the interstices of everyday life. Among the overarching causes, let us pause for a moment over references to the fierce competition economic actors are engaged in. This allegedly subjects the whole world to such systemic constraints that it is impossible to escape them, except by taking measures that are deemed reactionary. Competition appears in these discourses as an absolute, disembodied force, and the fact, in particular, that it pits firms of various sizes against multinationals invested with enormous power is generally ignored. The processes of merger and creation of global oligopolies, which are so many counterexamples to the theory of competition, are scarcely indicated, or are also put down to competitive pressures. Consequently, management literature is in many respects more realistic about the nature of the processes underway than many works directly inspired by the discipline of economics. At least it does not blur the macro actors constituted by firms. And we can read in it like an open book the many strategies for circumventing competition, the stakes of organizing and mobilizing human beings, ways to transform a factory into a center of flexible production, particularly by casualizing the workforce and transferring constraints onto suppliers, various recommendations about good ways to manage the difficult relations of force that condition profits, the fact, for example, that one of the important things about achieving global scale is quite simply to be in an advantageous position in all negotiations, means of confronting problems in controlling, and even knowing, what is happening in firms, and so on. The term competition, because it points to the commercial status that might serve to construct a just social order, but only in conditions where competitors are on an equal footing, and when it is restricted to well-defined situations, conceals the unequal relations of force between those who concretely create supply and demand. In the current state of inequalities, this competition, about which there is nothing perfect, is indeed often merely the imposition of the law of the strongest, which is also to say, today, of the most mobile. If envisaging the existence of a number of ways for supply and demand to meet on a market was accepted, we could perhaps progress towards a reduction in the most unjust forms of competition. Even in a strictly market logic, to which the framework containing the mechanisms of justice is far from being reducible, this would be a first step towards attenuating the pure relations of force that currently prevail. Moreover, it is not clear what arguments the competitors, who have adopted liberal discourse, could easily use to oppose such a rebalancing, while preserving their good faith. For it would tend to equalize the conditions of competition and, consequently, to purify market tests. In approving it, liberals would simply prove faithful to their basic options. In any event, if an ideology identifying with liberalism has indeed been imposed over the last 20 years too by utilizing the benefits of competition to legitimate a whole range of situations, some of them profoundly unjust, even from a liberal standpoint, it is by no means obvious that the major characteristic of the transformations of these years is the establishment of a more commercial world. As we have tried to show in this work, we believe instead that the specificity of recent developments consists in the development of a connectionist logic, which does not mean that it has invaded the totality of the social world or that, in particular, connectionist exploitation has replaced other forms of exploitation. In our view, however, it is precisely the shortage of descriptions tailored to the uniqueness of this world that has hitherto prevented critique from being more effective. The need for a form of justice adapted to this new logic has not been adequately taken into account, and critique has fallen back on principles of justice that have long been tried and tested, locking itself into a hackneyed, stereotyped debate over liberalism versus statism. If the only hope for reopening the field of possibilities consists, in our opinion, in a revival of critique, supporting critique does not mean accepting the validity of all forms of accusation or invective, elevating protest and rebellion into a value in themselves, independently of their relevance or acuteness. In the first instance, criticizing signifies distinguishing, revealing differences in what, taken at face value, appears confused, obscure or difficult to grasp. Critique thus also needs analyses and equally, as we have said, means for amassing the original data on which analysis can be based, allowing it to be conducted in full possession of the facts. As we have seen, our work has frequently come up against an absence of data and information, partly because social statistics are in crisis, and the centers of expertise have been broken up, partly because some data collection is carried out in a format that renders the new relations of force invisible. As for the projective city, which might appear to be our proposal, although we have merely sought to track its formation, and about whose completion there is nothing foreordained, it seems to us to possess political relevance. For it could serve to limit the violence that haunts the connectionist world as established over the last 20 years. It is nevertheless the case that the horizon of the projective city remains limited and, as we saw in Chapter 7, this leaves many of the problems raised by the critique of capitalism unresolved, when it does not actually exacerbate them. In particular, it does not enable us to engage in activity intended to restrict the extension of commodification. Yet it is arguably there that the only critical designs capitalism cannot recuperate are to be found, because it is, as it were, in essence, bound up with the commodity. Reviving the social critique and seeking to reduce inequalities and exploitation in the connectionist world are certainly vital. But there is no question, for all that, of burying the artistic critique on the pretext of its collapse, because over the last 20 years it has, rather, played into the hands of capitalism, and the urgent situation on the social front. The themes of the artistic critique are equally essential and still topical. It is on the basis of such themes that we have most chance of mounting effective resistance to the establishment of a world where, from one day to the next, anything could find itself transformed into a commodity product, and people would constantly be put to the test, subjected to an exigency of incessant change, and deprived by this kind of organized insecurity of what ensures the permanency of their self. We believe that it is necessary to preserve the possibility of leading a life whose particular dynamic could flourish without being subject to frequent, unforeseeable interruptions that are not only imposed, but supposed to be greeted with joy, as if discontinuity were the norm of a successful existence. It goes without saying that the artistic critique can see this task through to a conclusion only if it undoes the link that has hitherto associated liberation with mobility. As a century and a half of the critique of capitalism has demonstrated, the two critiques, the social and the artistic, are at once contradictory on many points and inseparable, in the sense that, stressing different aspects of the human condition, they mutually balance and limit one another. It is by keeping both alive that we can hope to confront the destruction caused by capitalism, while avoiding the excesses that each of them risks inducing when it is given exclusive expression, and not tempered by the presence of the other. Postface. The New Spirit of Capitalism, which editions Gallimard are doing us the honor of reissuing in the Tell collection following a successful career in its original edition, was written between 1995 and 1999. In other words, the book is more than 10 years old. Its authors can therefore view it with a degree of distance and ask themselves, for example, what has aged most over the course of the decade, the work, themselves, their society, or their hopes and regrets? Accordingly, this postface is the occasion for a somewhat nostalgic retrospect. A look back at the theoretical project. To start with, we need to recall some features of the period in which the book took shape and return to our state of mind at the time. The various theoretical decisions we made to situate ourselves in the debates of the preceding 10 years, and to tackle economic and social changes, can be illuminated by indicating some aspects of the context of the late 1980s and early 1990s. Referring to capitalism once again. An initial feature, which given our subject is not unimportant, is this: in 1995 virtually no one, with the exception of some Marxists, allegedly an endangered species, still referred to capitalism. The term was simply banished from the vocabulary of politicians, trade unionists, writers, and journalists, not to mention social scientists, who had consigned it to the oubliettes of history. If various Anglophone authors, especially American ones, happened to continue to use it, doubtless because it was less associated with communism in their intellectual and political culture than it was in ours, sociologists and economists in the Old World preferred to forget it. Such a situation was obviously in sharp contrast to the ubiquity of analyses of capitalism in the 1960s and 70s. In order to clarify what we sought to do, we must therefore rapidly retrace the fate of reference to capitalism in French sociology over the last 30 years. In the 1960s and 70s, reference to capitalism was inspired, in various degrees of orthodoxy, by Marxism, which, especially with the renewal effected by Althusserianism, became a dominant paradigm. The latter was sometimes presented as a return to the sources, aiming to restore Marx's thinking in all its purity, and sometimes crossed with different traditions and authors, in particular, Durkheim and Weber, on the one hand, and Freud and Nietzsche, on the other. In addition, the various schools sought to remain as closely aligned as possible with the social movements that developed in the same period, and to act as their critical vanguard. In this conception, sociology had to be both scientific and critical. This dual orientation came up against the issue of values and, in particular, moral values and ideals. The scientific ambition, because it is intent on delving beneath the consciousness of actors and unveiling structures, laws, and forces that escape them, can only broach moral values and ideals by treating them as ideologies, that is, as more or less hypocritical embellishments of power relations. Conversely, the critical intention presupposes reference to ideals with which the reality to be criticized can be contrasted. The same antinomy is found at the level of action. Placing the emphasis on structures, laws, and forces tends to minimize the role of intentional action. Things are what they are. But the critical ambition becomes meaningless if one does not believe that it can serve to guide human action, and that this action can help change the course of things in the direction of greater liberation. Faced with these dilemmas, and amid the retreat of social movements and the decline of Marxism, some sociology and political science of the 1980s, in which we participated within the framework of the Groupe de Sociologie Politique et Morale, undertook to reconsider the issue of action and values. Thus, 1980s sociology largely stressed action and normativity, and was often orientated to pragmatic analysis of people's actions, justifications, and criticisms in specific situations, highlighting the operations carried out by actors to perform or construct the social, in order to reduce the uncertainty of situations, make and consolidate agreements, criticize existing arrangements, and so forth. With this shift in sociological interests in the 1980s, reference to capitalism almost completely disappeared. Stripped of its status as a key concept, which it had enjoyed in the 1970s, capitalism was downgraded to a dirty, rather indecent word, not only because it connoted a Marxist phraseology that a large number of sociologists wished to forget, but also because it alluded to something too grand, too crude, to be immediately observable and describable through the punctual observation of situations. It may be asked whether sociology can really dispense with reference to large entities grasped over the long term without sacrificing much of the intelligibility it is supposed to bring to the present. A sociology content to describe the design of situations and the way people perform in them can inspire day-to-day repairs to the social fabric by working protagonists or social engineers. But it does not facilitate the construction of broader collective projects, one of the goals with which sociology has been invested from the outset. Abandonment of reference to capitalism in the 1980s was accompanied by a kind of stupor in the face of ongoing changes in the economic and social sphere, changes that could not, however, be ignored. In the absence of a macro-sociological perspective, sociology struggled to construct mediations between, on the one hand, a general mutation and, on the other, local changes affecting the main aspects of everyday life. These links were simply not made, or, at any rate, were not organized in such a way as to form a system. Something similar might be said about the term social class. At the heart of European sociology from 1950 to 1980, it disappeared even as new forms of inequality proliferated during the 1980s, whose peculiarity was that they were visible to the naked eye. Europeans discovered with astonishment and disquiet that their towns and cities were in turn filling up with the homeless whose presence had once shocked them in the great U.S. metropolises. This was the context in which another term was popularized, excluded. It was intended, in theoretical terms at least, to reconcile belief in the virtual disappearance of social classes, thought to have been replaced by a large middle class, with the phenomenon of tangible poverty, associated with ghettoization of the inner cities. These various remarks clarify our endeavor in the new spirit of capitalism. Despite the need we felt to revisit the issue of capitalism, we did not discard the contributions of pragmatic sociology, the book presenting itself as an attempt to integrate the two approaches. In particular, we employed the analytical framework presented in On Justification, which emphasized the operations of critique and justification conducted by people in everyday situations, and offered a model of general conventions and forms of equivalence that made it possible to legitimate them. Rather than describing critical operations in limited situations on a one-by-one basis, however, our objective was to bring into focus the role played by critique in the dynamic of capitalism and to construct a model of normative change. The book dealt with the period 1965 to 95. These years are especially conducive to such a project. They were marked initially by an intense critical movement coinciding with the crisis of capitalism, and subsequently by the containment of critique, in tandem with the transformation and revival of capitalism. In the 1990s, this revival ultimately resulted in the gradual construction of a new normative reference point, a new city in the sense of On Justification. In more practical terms, our aims were to present a picture that rendered the ongoing changes more intelligible, and to explain the interpretative deficit and, in particular, the silence of critique, that seemed to us to be key features of the times we were living through. Much of the preparatory work required for the composition of the new spirit of capitalism was historical in character. Monographs on particular points existed, for example, the history of collective agreements, socio-professional classifications, the organization of work, trade unionism, social struggles, labor law, corporate governance, economic directives from international bodies, and so on. But there was no general synthesis pointing up the systematic character of the changes that occurred in the relevant period. This could be attributable to the absence of the conceptual instrument, precisely, capitalism, which makes it possible to impart meaning to a multiplicity of disparate alterations whose character could sometimes seem anecdotal, contingent or marginal. This is where the detour via management literature proved very useful. Studying the development of the key ideas in the discipline of management, as well as actual managerial devices, enabled us to immerse ourselves in one of the areas where work continued to be done that conferred global consistency on developments in capitalism. The management literature we studied, which was mainly addressed to managers to inspire them to action, was produced either in the educational establishments represented by major business schools or by consultants seeking to sell their services. It elaborates arguments and procedures from which managers and consultants can derive tools to conceive and justify changes to the productive apparatus. It also, and indissociably, equips them with a shared language capable of overcoming the tension between competition and coordination that is one of capitalism's key problems. One of the interesting things about this management literature is that it possesses a dual orientation. On the one hand, its purpose is to indicate the best course to pursue, the correct procedure, to make a profit. This is obviously its primary and, from the standpoint of capitalism, legitimate goal. But management also has a moral orientation and a different objective, the justification of measures taken, particularly in terms of social justice. The aim is to furnish both arguments and concrete examples of success or improvements, providing solid basis from which to respond to the critique of capitalism. The course we pursued therefore took management seriously, both as a practice and as a normative construct, as opposed to regarding it merely as a device for legitimation, a mere set of words without real effects. Studying critique and being critical. To reconstruct a critical sociology on the basis of the sociology of critique, by crossing it with the old thematic of capitalism, such was our ambition. To carry out this project, what subjects did we select for analysis? Starting with the issue of the deficit of social critique that seemed to us to characterize the 1980s and early 1990s, we undertook a dual analysis. First, we analyzed the role of critique in changes in historical capitalism, relying on a more general model of normative change whose construction was one of our main theoretical objectives. Secondly, we sought to deepen the role played by the coexistence of relatively incompatible forms of critique in the dynamic relationship between capitalism and critique. Here we discover the distinction, a leitmotif of the book, between the social critique and what we called the artistic critique. In so doing, we were not so naive as to be unaware that our work, in its descriptive aspects, would necessarily acquire a political dimension. Although having deliberately limited any exposition of the consequences of our analysis, we nevertheless hoped that our work could help revive critique not only in its content, but also in its forms and aims. In this we took as our models Karl Polanyi and Albert Hirschman, whose œuvres accompanied us throughout our labors. But we must dispel a misunderstanding whose consequences are as much political as theoretical. Our goal in writing the book was never to help establish the projective city or to offer capitalism an all-inclusive new city. Our work predominantly aimed to be descriptive and, for the most part, we were content to assemble the mechanisms proposed by a fairly wide range of authors from different disciplines, which aimed to establish tests making it possible to create the projective city. What might be called our personal position on this was expressed not in the body of the book devoted to description, but in the concluding postscript. We thought that anything which made it possible to reduce, however minimally, the insecurity of wage earners was worthwhile, first of all simply because suffering would thereby be alleviated. The option of introducing mechanisms conducive to greater security for wage earners, even if they involved compromises with demands for flexibility, seemed to us a fairly reasonable short-term option, on condition that it was accompanied by theoretical and practical work which, on the basis of these mechanisms, paved the way for a more powerful revival of critique. Replies to some criticisms. Early on, especially, the book was subject to a number of criticisms by French or foreign colleagues. In these criticisms, however otherwise diverse, certain themes recur, perhaps because they identify the most evident defects of our work. But it may also be that, in some instances at least, the criticisms latch on to points that characterize the approach we sought to develop, so that they mark the articulation between our enterprise and other recent theoretical endeavors in the social sciences. We took stock of these on the occasion of the English publication of the book. We shall rapidly resume them below, so as to indicate the answers we believe ourselves in a position to make. Economics of conventions and regulation theory. An initial criticism, fairly typical of the very lively debates on the French intellectual scene among heterodox economists, highlighted our awkward position between two recent trends in economic analysis, the economics of conventions, whose development was very much bound up with the efforts we ourselves made to develop a pragmatic sociology of critique, and the work of the regulation school. Now, an important aspect of our work was precisely the quite deliberate search for a synthesis between these two approaches. From the theory of conventions we took the need to clarify and render explicit the conventions, in the sense of principles of equivalence, enabling the comparison of persons, inasmuch as they form the often scarcely visible basis for economic relations, but also the judgments which actors make about them. For example, transactions rely on various quality conventions. As for production, it is based on various coordination conventions. From regulation theory we took the macroeconomic and macro-social orientation, and also that structuralist orientation emphasizing the existence of regimes of accumulation, that is, translated into our language, the fact that certain conventions and tests occupy, at a certain moment in time and in a certain social formation, a strategic position. These conventions and tests are established, in the sense that they are organized into a system orchestrated by legal mechanisms, and anchored in organizations. The underestimation of technological innovations. We have also been criticized for not according the space they merit to technological changes, especially new information technologies, and their effects on wealth creation. We were not unaware at the time of the effectiveness and efficiency gains introduced by these information technologies, all the less because the management literature we studied was full of praise for these economic benefits. And it is true that the last decade, with the exponential development of the Internet in particular, has rendered even more visible than in 1995 the changed world made possible by these technologies, to the point that our relative silence on the issue might today seem deafening. But it must be remembered that we wished to pose the problem differently, so as not to isolate an independent variable, in the shape of technology. As has been convincingly shown by the new sociology of science, technological changes are far from being independent of other aspects of social life. If, for example, we follow Bruno Latour's analysis, we see that many aspects which might be characterized as ethical are embedded in technological options. In short, our aim was not to deny the role of technological change in the development of capitalism, which would have been absurd, but, in accordance with the Polanyian line of thought, to break with a fatalistic view of technological determinism. The same might be said about consumer demand and its more or less unstable character. For the process of rapid change in consumer taste and, consequently, in demand is not unrelated to demands peculiar to the artistic critique, in particular, those attached to a demand for authenticity, which translate into a quest for forms of consumption that individualize their consumer, in contrast to all mass production. The relation to Marxism, beyond the dichotomy between infrastructure and superstructure. Other queries related to whether our book could be regarded as part of the return of Marxism in the social sciences. Some critics, situated on the side of anti-Marxism as one might expect, denounced the resurgence in our work of a crypto-Marxism that dared not speak its name. Others, hailing instead from pro-Marxism, accused us of a spiritualistic deviation. We allegedly made ideas and spiritual dispositions the motor of history. More seriously, authors with the best of intentions towards us sought to get their bearings in our work by interpreting it via the categories of infrastructure and superstructure. Yet the theoretical architecture we sought to put in place, and this from the time of the preliminary work done in On Justification, precisely aimed to render that dichotomy inoperative. Our starting point, inspired by Max Weber, Karl Polanyi, and Louis Dumont, sought to revive the problematic of the dynamic of capitalism without employing these Marxist categories, whose limits we had perceived in the 1970s, and which did not seem to us to approach the issue of ideology, in particular, correctly. Firmly separating ideas from the real world, ignoring their entanglement, intersection, and conjointment creation, and their reciprocal influence, such a conception results in narrow definitions of ideology as mask or mirror, and therewith constantly raises the question of the chicken or the egg. It prevents the researcher from entering into the complexity and indeterminacy of the production of historical realities to patiently disentangle the threads. The meaning we assign to the term ideology. In the same critical register, it is worth lingering, albeit briefly, over the use we made of the term ideology, which has prompted numerous misunderstandings. As Raymond Budden explains in the book he devoted to ideology, discussions of the issue always revolve around whether it should be defined with reference to the criterion of truth or error. Those who criticize us for having resurrected the notion of ideology, which had been moribund since the late 1970s, are no exception, because for them ideology is manifestly a set of false ideas, ideas that can be falsified by a scientific approach. Now, we explicitly rejected any such conception. As we state on several occasions, the spirit of capitalism not only legitimates the accumulation process, but also constrains it. It might even be said that it can only legitimate it because it constrains it. And this is because we endow people with genuine critical capacity, and critique has an effect upon reality. A quintessentially French book. Restriction of our analytical field to France was regretted by a number of commentators, particularly Anglophone ones. But this restriction to the hexagon was deliberate. Unlike many publications in the 1990s that sought to furnish a general overview of globalization, we decided to limit ourselves. A number of these works, because they did not study the tensions at work at the required level, and the decisions and policies aimed at overcoming them, virtually presented globalization as the fatal outcome of forces external to human action. By contrast, we were convinced that an understanding of the process leading to globalization involved a minute analysis of the many changes and conflicts that had occurred in spheres seemingly far removed from one another, and that description of these changes could only be seriously undertaken, in not too long a time frame and in artisanal fashion, on the scale of one country, especially because at this level the constraints bound up with national histories play a not insignificant role. That said, we were also convinced that basically proximate processes had affected the main industrialized countries in the Western world. Here too we hoped that future work, starting from a methodologically comparable approach, would make it possible to enrich a discriminating view of the way in which, under the impact of local variables, new constraints were established, constraints that local economic and political actors might in all good faith experience as imposed from without, like forces difficult, even impossible, to oppose. The role of networks and its interpretation. Other criticisms concern the role we allocated to networks and, which is not the same thing, the reference to networks in the management literature published in the late 1980s. Thus, we have been criticized in a realist spirit either for not taking the role played by new, network-based technologies seriously enough, or, conversely, for accepting at face value a reticular ideology presenting processes of mediation and mediating roles that have always existed as though they were novel. We were precisely concerned to avoid both these interpretations, which are equally reductionist. Compared with works, often adopting a broadly determinist position, that endeavor to define the social effects of new technologies based on a network architecture, we adopted what might be called a Durkheimian position. It consists in emphasizing the social conditions, especially the social conflicts that prompted or fostered the adoption or development of a particular technology. In this respect, it is striking to see how the critique of close modes of hierarchical control in the late 1960s and early 1970s preceded, by 10 or 20 years, the full development of technologies enabling effective long-distance control in real time. Conversely, to those who criticize us for having taken managerial discourse on networks at face value, let us recall that this criticism was anticipated in the book. Networks, and the role played by mediators, are nothing new. What is new is precisely the vision of society, making the network a normative model, to which much of the book was devoted. Other interpretations of our work purported to have detected in it a kind of hostility to networks, developed from an implicitly centralist and statist position. We supposedly ignored the beneficial effects of spatially confined micronetworks. But we are not sure we follow this argument, for it seems to us very difficult, from a strictly formal standpoint, to understand what it could mean. As has been shown by the work of French philosophers of networks like Michel Serres or, in different respects, Gilles Deleuze, a fundamental property of networks is precisely that they are open. An American theorist of the sociology of networks like Harrison White adopts the same premise. The space of the network composed of those who form part of it, which is not identical to a geographical space, is open, indeterminate and mobile. The difficulty in establishing scales of justice in networks precisely stems from the fact that we do not always know what is inside and what is outside, that its contours are constantly changing, and that the network's component parts only very rarely possess an overview of it, each knowing only the part of the network which it frequents. As a result, attempts to structure networks always involve the minimal formalization of a list of the parts and the creation, if not of a state, then at least of a regulatory body accepted by its members, that is, a second, overarching level, which lays down the law. At this point it is clear that the network loses its fluidity, its openness, and hence its reticular character. To make this observation is not to be a centralizer at heart. The issue of the relations between networks and territories would merit much more extended treatment than we accorded it in our book. For it is obvious that real networks have territorial bases, and that territories are not equal in their capacity to host the hubs where wealth, created by networks that go beyond them, accumulates. Furthermore, regulation, which today is organized and conceived primarily territorially, is the more inoperative to the extent that the network's ramifications go beyond these territorial boundaries. The same might be said of self-organization within networks, which is often presented today as a quasi-revolutionary liberation force. Such self-organization can certainly be conducive to innovation and innovators, but it cannot by itself provide acceptable solutions in terms of social justice, precisely because the network affords no overarching position that makes it possible to consider those who are on its margins or even disconnected. The dual ontology of the social world. The questions raised by the way we employed the idea of network ultimately relate to a central theoretical aspect of our approach that has gone relatively unnoticed. Escaping virtually without criticism, it is nevertheless at the heart of the criticisms made of our work and the answers that we can venture. For us, this dimension of our research is fundamental, because it concerns what might be called the ontology of the social. Cursorily and crudely put, social theory, especially in France, has periodically switched between two paradigms that present themselves as incompatible. The first stresses power and power relations, regarded as underlying institutions and the legal and moral reference points on which actors claim to base their actions. In a paradigm of this kind, moral exigencies, modes of justification and institutional forms are either treated as veils masking reality, namely, the play of interests and power relations, or are simply forgotten and passed over in silence. In both cases, the question of why human beings in society seem to attach so much importance to normativity, even if it in fact plays no role in determining their action, has yet to receive an adequate answer. The models stressing power and power relations have taken several forms. In the 1960s and 70s, they were associated with the renewal of Marxism, revived by an injection of structuralism. More recently, they have been based on a reticular or rhizomatic ontology, in the form given it by Gilles Deleuze, who drew upon an original reinterpretation of Spinoza and Nietzsche, whose work only belatedly had specific effects on social theory, so that they only really became significant from the mid-1980s. By contrast, the second paradigm, which was redeployed in the late 1970s and 1980s, and accompanied the decline of Marxism, is intent on stressing the real social role played by political institutions and by political philosophy, law, ethics and, in general, normativity. In particular, it is based on the oeuvre of the later Habermas and the philosopher Paul Ricoeur. A distinctive characteristic of these two paradigms is that they are based on two quite different conceptions of what might be called the metaphysic of the social world. The first, especially in its rhizomatic forms, is based on an ontology containing a single level or plane. It knows only singularities or flows, whose relationship assumes a reticular form and whose movements and relations correspond to a logic of forces. The second, by contrast, is only intelligible on condition of assigning itself a space with two levels, the first of which is occupied by singular entities, particularly persons, while the second is formed by principles of equivalence that make it possible to equate singular entities, to constitute them as categories or classes and to bring normative judgments to bear on their relations. It is precisely this dual-level structure that is condemned in the first paradigm as indulging in the illusion of transcendence. Neither of these paradigms seems to us to be wholly satisfying or adequate to account for the social dynamic. Moreover, according to us, that is why we witness a periodic switch between the two. The model of change we proposed seeks to integrate the two paradigms we have just schematically recalled in a single theoretical framework. The solution adopted consists in articulating two regimes of action in the social world. We call the first the regime of categorization. Set in motion by critique's effects on the most important tests at any given moment, it is based on a two-level metaphysic and activates principles of equivalence, strengthens institutions, creates law and prompts ethical justifications expressed, in particular, in terms of justice. This is the framework, for example, in which we interpreted the large number of joint agreements, decrees and laws complementing the security and legal provisions for workers that were signed, decreed, or voted through in France following the events of May 1968. But the regime of categorization does not exhaust social action. We also tried to bring out the role played by a different regime, which we call the regime of displacement, a regime which, dispensing with generalization and moral judgment, is deployed on a single plane and generates forms of which rhizomatic algorithms furnish the most satisfying representation. We sought to show how, in the case at hand, the revival of capitalism from the second half of the 1970s, the increasing strain of tests, created by intensive recourse to tools dependent on the regime of categorization, had led a number of actors to turn away from established tests and seek new paths to profit by acting in accordance with the modalities of a regime of displacement, in particular, by proliferating networks. The theoretical position we adopted exposed us to criticism or, at any rate, misinterpretation by those, often identifying with Jürgen Habermas, who emphasize the search for forms conducive to coordination on a normative basis, in order to make it possible for judgments to concur, by those who emphasize interests and power relations from a structuralist perspective, and finally by those who, likewise renouncing the issue of normativity as if it were pointless, put all the emphasis on the creativity of networks. In a disquieting, but also ultimately understandable fashion, we are today witnessing a convergence on this last position by authors who are fascinated by the proliferation and inventiveness of the technological and economic devices being deployed before our very eyes, and by authors who are intent on reviving revolutionary action against capitalism by rooting it in new theoretical foundations which, similarly to how Althusserians utilized structuralism to give Marxism a makeover in the 1960s, utilize the ontology of networks to revive it by hooking it up to vitalist philosophies. The issue of the lagging behind of critique. To conclude, we would now like not to answer criticisms, but to express a self-criticism that appreciates a critique often voiced by social movements. It is as follows. As regards tests, we endowed our actors with a capacity both for displacement and for categorization. Categorization consists in equating singular events in some respect, so as to order them. This is one of the basic operations performed by people when they seek to make the world they live in meaningful, deriving from it major invariants and a certain simplified image of the way in which it works. A capacity for categorization is essential in order to put strain on tests. On the other hand, displacements refer to people's actions in as much as they are not categorized and, especially, in as much as they are not inscribed in established, identified, and highly categorized tests, imparting a local, scarcely visible character to them. The circumvention of established tests presupposes the existence of displacements. The logical thing would have been to distribute these capacities equally to all our actors. But this did not happen because, in the story we told, it is capitalism that displaces and critique that categorizes. Consequently, critique always lags fatally behind, for in order to be effective it must analyze and order the displacements effected by capitalism, categorize them in order to highlight them, and denounce them as unjust. We can clearly see how, on the basis of this unequal distribution of relative capacities for displacement and categorization, one can end up pitting displacement, capitalism, material world against categorization, critique, ideal world. This is a defect in our account, for categorization and displacement capacities, qua anthropological capacities, are certainly uniformly distributed. As regards capitalism's capacity for categorization, is this not what is at work in the employer's initial and subsequent responses to the crisis of governability that followed May 1968? And is it not precisely what management authors do when they seek to outline the main rules of the new world? The definition/categorization of the world is thus taken up simultaneously, and interactively, by capitalism and its critiques. Symmetrically, critique possesses a considerable capacity for displacement and inventiveness. Here we would have to take up the history of the way that trade unions lost control of their base, and the major difficulties encountered by analysts of the 1970s in explaining what occurred. If, 30 years later, it seemed to us that these events could be construed as a public demonstration of the artistic critique, at the time they seemed to observers to pertain essentially to displacement, that is, to be one of those moments for which we do not know what is happening or how to characterize it. Such a rebalancing of our model, as well as being theoretically necessary, makes it possible to assign more weight to critique and avoid the all too frequent drift into reducing critique to the world of ideas and capitalism to the world of things. On this point, as on many others, the new spirit of capitalism can be read as a research program, rather than as a wholly finished work, a summons to future work to continue, clarify, or invalidate our arguments, rather than a dogmatic, self-contained summa. A look back at our interpretation of capitalism. We reread without reservations the pages of the new spirit of capitalism devoted to the theory of the transformation of capitalism in conjunction with critique, or the development of management literature between the 1960s and the 1990s, or, finally, the historical analyses of the changes that occurred in France in these years, whether in the organization of production, working conditions, the relations between capitalism and certain state mechanisms, or critiques disarray in the face of these changes. Not only is the picture accurate for the years it purports to describe, but the whole diagnosis, alas, remains valid for the world of work in 2010, the trends identified remaining operative in the absence of any reorientation or reversal. On the other hand, it is clear that some aspects of the question, already present at the time, were not adequately identified and integrated into the overview. Thus, when we were writing, judicious analyses of the rise of liberalism or neoliberalism were beginning to emerge. It is clear that from the 1980s onwards the United States and Great Britain were undergoing a liberal counter-revolution and that, given the importance of these countries in the functioning of world capitalism, this was a matter for concern. Even so, it seemed to us that these analyses failed to grasp the sui generis evolution of France, which was under a socialist regime in the same period, as a result of which we doubtless peremptorily discounted their relevance to the French situation. 10 years later, it is clear that the neoliberal program of government has made great strides in France and, in particular, that it has insinuated itself via the ever greater salience of the European Union in the organization of economic life in member countries. It might be said that France successively experienced a recuperation of the concerns of the artistic critique from the mid-1970s and then, largely as counterfire, a growing tendency to import liberal ideas to prevent the incorporation of critical ideas from the 1970s from going too far. For the liberal critique of capitalism in the Fordist era, while it certainly shared an interest in liberation with the artistic critique, promoted a vision of society that was opposed to the utopia of the artistic critique. Where liberalism regarded the market as the form of coordination par excellence, the artistic critique rejected universal commodification and the reduction of the political to economic optimization. A frequent misunderstanding of our work, especially during the celebrations of the 40th anniversary of May 1968, consisted in construing us as saying that 1968 thought had paved the way for neoliberalism. This was never our position and, what is more, it is utterly unfaithful to the ideas of 1968. But because the role of neoliberal thinking in recent changes in capitalism, alongside sources of reformism deriving from the left, was not treated as such, a rapid reading of the book could result in this complete misinterpretation. Today, in order to understand the place and role of liberalism alongside the two critiques we have identified, we should have to take the time to disentangle the skein of the history of reformist ideas and the justifications invoked for the transformation of capitalism. Another difficulty in integrating works on neoliberalism when we were working on the book was that these studies set out, at least implicitly, from a standpoint of defending the state, the social democratic state, which was still called the welfare state, and endeavored to highlight the retreat of the state. And this without perceiving what we have since learned to recognize, with the publication of Foucault's lectures on ordoliberalism at the Collège de France and also innovative empirical work such as that, for example, of Patrick L. E. Gales. On the one hand, liberalism is not opposed to the state, but enters into symbiosis with it. On the other, the historical period that began in the 1980s, including in Britain, has not been marked by a decline of the state, but by the emplacement of a different form of state, compatible with the changes affecting capitalism. The state has transformed its practices in order to approximate the enterprise form. Nevertheless, in partially neglecting the interpretations drawing on the concept of neoliberalism that began to emerge at the time, so as to stick as closely as possible to French history and the transformation of the world of work and labor relations, we also attributed insufficient importance to the financialization of the capitalist system that set in from the late 1980s, and accelerated abruptly from the late 1990s. Focused on changes to labor, its organization and control, we did not conduct a corresponding analysis of changes in capital. We also neglected the ecological critique of capitalism that was present and active in the 1970s. It is true that during the years we studied it had not had any impact on French economic institutions, in contrast to countries such as Denmark or even Germany. In short, ecology seemed to be a largely ineffective force for change. Today, the ecological issues of global warming, the rarefaction of raw materials, and the exhaustion of the Earth's capacity to reproduce itself have become so prominent in the thinking of political and economic leaders and even citizens, as attested by the recent electoral successes of ecologists, that it would be inconceivable to produce an analysis of capitalism, and critiques of it, without considering the ecological thematic. This does not mean that significant changes have occurred in this respect, simply that the ecological critique seems to attract the largest audience today and that the social critique, like the artistic critique, can probably no longer make itself heard without reconstructing itself to take account of the ecological question. These remarks basically boil down to underscoring the fact that, while the 2000s evince many continuities and similarities with the 1990s, and while it is possible to discover the seeds of the present in the 1990s, obviously not all the loose threads were tied up in the new spirit of capitalism, which was focused on developments between the 1960s and the 1990s. The kind of historical analysis we developed of the transformation of capitalism in conjunction with its critiques could therefore be employed for more recent years. In retrospect, it might also be thought that our work is at once rather timid as regards resumption of the social critique, which was more rapid than we anticipated, and much too optimistic regarding its effects, which for the time being are not blindingly obvious, to say the least. In the event, from late 1999 we witnessed a very rapid revival of the social critique, certainly more rapid and intense than we could have anticipated when we wrote Chapter 6, devoted to the return of critique after 1995. Particularly noteworthy was the speed with which critiques developed in different countries converged on a general critique of globalization, with its high points in Seattle, Genoa, and Porto Alegre. On the other hand, however, we have witnessed virtual stagnation when it comes to establishing mechanisms capable of supervising the new forms of capitalism and alleviating their devastating effects. In France, the belated advent of the euphoria generated by the new economy, which can be fairly precisely dated from late 1999, a little more than a year before the collapse of the Nasdaq in April 2001, certainly played an important role in the socialist government sidelining most of the measures envisaged. Similar observations might be made about mechanisms for global action, the establishment of which still seems utopian for the time being. We were therefore guilty of excessive optimism about contemporary capitalism's ability to establish mechanisms capable of integrating changes into justifiable social forms, that is, to limit itself. In the book, this issue was tackled in the idiom of cities, one of our theoretical aims being to clarify the historical processes of formation of these normative reference points by, as it were, catching them live. In relying on management literature, but also on a number of proposals, particularly legal ones, launched in the public sphere during the 1990s, we thought we could sketch the outlines of a new city, in the process of being formed, which would enable capitalism to root its new mechanisms in a normative logic orientated towards justice. The book is not a plea for the establishment of the notorious projective city. Nevertheless, in describing this possible orientation of capitalism, we credited the latter with the capacity to limit itself and establish a new sphere of justification capable of introducing mechanisms of justice into the connectionist world that had emerged in the preceding period. This possibility was certainly subordinated to increasing the pressure of critique, whose return to the political and social scene we thought we could foresee on the basis of certain indications. In this we credited present-day capitalism with a reformist capacity that could manifest itself without the dramas accompanying the establishment of the politico-economic regime known as the welfare state, from the 1930s to the 1950s. It must be admitted that nothing of the sort occurred. The projective city remained largely in limbo, despite constant incantations to develop employability or projects for so-called flexicurity. Far from reforming itself, capitalism saw its violence intensify and its contradictions develop over the next 10 years, to the point of the present crisis. From this perspective, the current situation, while, it must be said, is not very uplifting, it is nevertheless of great interest to sociology. Critique, or what it might be better to call the desire for critique, is definitely back, both in the field of social struggle and intellectually. But it is as if this critique does not at present have any purchase on political and social reality. Rather than attributing these relative failures to critique itself, as is often done, it would be more instructive to take as our subject what critique must confront, the new mechanisms of governance that have been established over the last 10 years in the corporate and financial worlds and the new reference points on which they are based, derived, in some instances, from the academic world, that is to management, economics, sociology, the sciences of communication, cognitive sciences, and so forth. The crisis we are going through has brought into relief a conjuncture that was not evident when we wrote this book. 10 or 15 years ago, the state could still be credited with the desire, and perhaps the ability, to supervise changes in capitalism or regulate it. Today, however, everything seems to indicate that this desire, often publicly expressed by political leaders, is either merely a facade or simply does not have the wherewithal to realize itself. The present crisis therefore seems to follow two parallel courses, which interact profoundly, a crisis of capitalism and a crisis of the sovereign state inherited from the 17th century and, especially with the rise of nation-states, the 19th century. Such a situation is at once, and for identical reasons, extremely dangerous and fascinating in research terms. It is to be hoped that future works will take it on. Paris, October 31, 2010. Appendices. Appendix 1. Characteristics of the management texts used. These texts, between 5 and 25 pages long approximately, and all in French, were selected from francophone management reviews or works published by specialist publishers. Given that our subject was the spirit of capitalism in France, we naturally restricted ourselves to French texts available in this country. Some of them, however, are translations of works by foreign authors. Obviously, the French ideological scene is not insulated from representations elaborated in other European countries, the United States, and even Japan, whose successes, studied and conveyed back by Western consultants, have been very significant sources of inspiration over the last 2 decades. On the other hand, it is equally clear that each country adapts internationally diffused ideas in accordance with its own history and national passions. Moreover, far from being globalizing, management texts, like the capitalism they deal with, invariably have a geographical anchorage. They refer to countries, their particular spirit and problems, their progress or backwardness. They seek to adapt discoveries made in one country to a different one, they mention local traditions, and so on, as if the national frame of reference remained fully valid when it comes to supplying national managers with reasons for engaging in a process that is said to be global. All the texts selected deal, in whole or in part, with the question of cadres, even if they are referred to by various titles. For example, In these extracts we find descriptions of the qualities demanded of codders, portraits of the ideal manager, explanations of why the current development of firms is transforming the function and work of codders, and so on. The texts employed possess a normative coloration and seek to promote what are deemed to be the most effective practices economically. Their aim is to be of direct use to firms, they seek to be constructive, and they offer recommendations. The texts selected were assembled on the basis of the Hex Library collection. They have been scanned in order to be processed, as set out below, using a textual analysis software program. Appendix 3. General statistical picture of the management texts. The software program. The two corpora were processed using the software program Prospero AT, developed by Francis Chatrainot and Jean-Pierre Charrier. This combines a lexicographical with a hermeneutic approach, allowing for the codification and interactive construction of categories, and the elaboration of representations appropriate both to the texts concerned and the research problematic. To begin with, Prospero AT automatically labels the words encountered in a text by combining a morphological parser and reference to catalogs containing labeling operations performed on different texts by different users. The automatic labeling distinguishes entities, qualities, tests, grammatical words, markers, finally, numbers and indeterminate terms. Once this stage is complete, the automatic processing can be corrected manually by the user to characterize the indeterminate terms or alter erroneous classifications. The analytical phase proper consists mainly in constructing categories, and working with these categories. In this way, for example, one can compare the presence of categories in different texts from the same corpus or different corpora, examine the instances or representatives that embody the category in different texts, make a list of the qualities attributed to an instance, come to know the terms most often associated with a category. Validation of the general content of the two corpora. The software program allowed us to compare the two corpora systematically, and confirm that our analysis of their content, set out in Chapter 1, was an accurate enough reflection, not the result of some interpretative bias. To carry out this comparison, we constructed various fictive entities, which take the form of lists of nouns grouped according to their similar meanings. Thus, for example, the fictive entity coach at combines all the terms used to refer to this new function of supporting and developing people to which the 1990s authors attribute so much importance. Fictive entities have been constructed for all the categories of human beings presented in the two corpora, which makes it possible, using the same indicators, to compare their relative presence in the representations of the two periods. We have likewise constructed certain fictive entities to refer to various mechanisms. The list of contents of fictive entities is provided at the end of this appendix. On this basis, the program provides us with a count of the occurrence of each fictive entity and each entity. Table 2 reproduces the list of the foremost entities in each corpus, followed by the number of their occurrences and preceded by their rank in descending order. It clearly reflects the striking differences between the two periods. In the 1960s corpus, codders are the main concern. In the 1990s, interests are more varied, since we find among the corpus's foremost actors codders, representatives of the old-style firm that needs reforming, as well as managers, the exemplary new figures destined to replace them, but also clients and fournisseurs, whose importance in the new mechanisms we have noted, whether the issue is integrating them into projects or gearing the whole organization to customers' expectations. Moreover, if the categories subordinates and dirigents, which refer to a hierarchical framework, persist, albeit not always in positive formulations, that of salaries now occupies a preponderant position. This term, the most neutral imaginable, can take in the whole workforce, codder and non-codder, without distinction of statute or grade, in line with the new recommendations. Point 2. In the 1960s, the other important actors in the corpus, besides chefs, who in part function as synonyms for codders, are shareholders, whom we find in a very low ranking in the 1990s, not that their significance has diminished, but their existence is not the occasion for so much discussion. In the 1960s, in contrast, the separation between management and ownership was still an issue, and an attempt was made to eliminate from business inefficient behavior bound up with the exercise of power by owners. The theme of freedom occupies a similar position in both periods, albeit, as we have seen, in different forms. The 1960s authors want to liberate cottars from centralized control by employers, and never forget that the firms they are concerned with are representatives of the free world. The 1990s want to liberate the whole workforce from hierarchy and bureaucracy in order to encourage creativity, flexibility, and individual self-realization. The 1990s consequently assign a preferential position to hierarchy, which is subjected to much criticism. In the 1960s, this fictive being comes rather further down, its presence is significant, but unlike in recent years, we virtually never come across the references with a negative connotation to pyramids and pyramidal functioning that we have included in its construction.